Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the second day of the program in short minutes. So as you arrive in the event hall, maybe grab a coffee and take your seat in the event hall. Thank you very much. And as a courtesy to all, please refrain from using your mobile phone during the symposium and set them to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all participants to prepare their receivers in advance and tune it to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. On-site participants can scan the QR code printed on the top right-hand corner of their name tag to download the program and presentation materials. Also, Wi-Fi service is available in the event hall under Marriott Bonvoy channel. Thank you, and I would see you soon. Once again, I'd like to ask all the participants to take their seats in the event hall so that we can proceed the keynote session. Thank you for your cooperation. Now I'd like to invite everyone to take their seats in the event hall, and we will proceed the keynote session shortly. As a courtesy to all, please refrain from using your mobile phone during the symposium and set them to silent mode. English and Korean interpretation service will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all the participants to prepare their receivers in advance and tune it to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. On-site participants can scan the QR code printed on the at the top right-hand corner of their name tag to download programs and presentation materials. Also, Wi-Fi service is available in the event hall under Marriott Bonvoy channel if you would like to use the internet. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants and guests, Welcome to the day 2 of the 9th Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Aging. My name is Hyunshim Amy Choi, and it's my great honor to serve as the Master of Ceremony for this symposium. Since 2017, the United Nations Population Fund, known as UNFPA, and the Ministry of Data and Statistics, formerly Statistics Korea, have co-organized this symposium series shaping global dialogue on demographic transition. This year's symposium is centered on the theme Rethinking Old Age Dependency and Engagement of Older Persons. On day 2 of this symposium, we will begin with the keynote session, followed by sessions 4 and 5 in the morning, with a break in between. Morning sessions will be followed by a symposium luncheon, after which we will continue with session 6 and conclude with the symposium with the closing ceremony. With no further ado, we will move on to the keynote session. And I'd like to invite our moderator, Mr. Michael Herman, Senior Advisor at the UNFPA, to the podium. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning. I really don't want to waste all that much time, but I would like to introduce our keynote speaker today, Mr. Jong Sok Kim, the president of PAK, the Population Association of Korea. He's also professor of sociology of Dongguk University and the director of the Center for Collaborative Research on Population and Society. He will be speaking on the topic of population aging in the Republic of Korea. You have the floor, Mr. No. I think this is better.
예, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I am Jung-Suk Kim. So once again, thank you so much for the beautiful introduction about myself, Dr. Herman. Even though I studied in the US, I am more comfortable with Korean, so I'll make my presentations in Korean. So if you have any questions or comments on my presentations, you can ask questions in English. I understand English. So thank you so much for having me here. Thank you for the invitation. UNFPA and the MODES, Ministry of Data and Statistics, formerly Statistics Korea. And the contents that I'm going to share with you today, as you can see from the slide, is an old story revisited. What I'm going to share with you has probably been echoed so many times by many specialists, including demographic experts and socialists. But I'd like to link this old story with the implications for Korean government policy in terms of aging population. And the core of today's session will be focused on policies beyond academic aspects. So from the perspective of academic viewpoint, what I'm going to share with you will be at a basic level at the most. And these are the contents of my presentation. There are 5 parts. The first part is revisiting approaches to aging issues and how we're going to understand aging and what would be, from the perspective of policies, the objective and detailed ways or measures to implement those objectives, and what institution will be needed. And in order for these institutional pathways to be successful, what would be the role of our society? So this is pretty much what I'm going to cover. So part 1. The title says Perceptions of Aging. So thinking about the perceptions of aging, we can think of two ways individuals aging. First is population aging. So for individuals, aging means live longer, and this is very fortunate for anyone. So we're living in a society with high life expectancy, so living to 70 or 80s is not a big deal. And we're going to live longer to see the life expectancy extended into even 90 or beyond. So this is a good news for anyone. It's a fortune for individuals and also an achievement for humankind as a whole. The quality of life and level of living has increased supported by the development of technologies. So this is partly the first big achievement for humankind. But at some point, this has transformed into a disaster for our society. So this is an irony. Fortune for individuals, achievement for humankind, and then suddenly it's a disaster for society. It's a headache for society. So something's going wrong. This could be an implication. These pyramids represent the demographic structure of Korea. So it started as a star-shaped to jar-shaped or reversed jar-shaped graph. And the Population Association of Korea was built in 1970s, and the demographic graph was shaped like a pyramid. And so the shape should have changed to something different. So it was a shape like a pyramid. And then the Korean... I'm sorry, I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't get his point. I'm sorry, this is a disaster. So if you look at the media coverage describing the future of aging in Korea, it uses a really bleak image, including high cost and social burden. So there's not much of a beautiful story. It's all about crisis narrative. And related to this, the policies published by the government mostly focused on welfare. And of course, we need welfare. It's the right direction to go to. But the issues covered by the media focuses on pensions, healthcare, and social protection, which is also very dark in nature. So if there's a dark side and dark issues, we have to focus on them and we have to solve them. I don't blame those framing, but I'm just saying that it's too tilted or too focused on dark narrative only, and we're not talking about other things much. So the word here, crisis narrative, is what you see on the slide. Of course, crisis narrative has some bright side because it raises some urgency. It promotes people to mobilize to solve these issues. But there's also a dark side to this crisis narrative because it only strengthens the stigma effect and negative social perceptions against old people. So this reflects how we see aging not as a social change, but and only as a social problem perspective. So I'm a socialist and I'm a demographer. So I don't want to see aging issue as only a problem. I want to approach this issue from the social change frame. So it will enable multidimensional solutions when we see this from this perspective. So before I really start my presentation, what I'm gonna talk about today is not anything original or something that I'm gonna say to you for the first time in the world. It has been echoed so many times by overseas and the Korean specialists. So I'm just gonna make my points brief and reorganize the perspective so that they can be better reflected into the Korean policies. So nothing's original. You already know all of this. So aging, well, we use the word like hyper aging or fast aging. So it's all related to speed and scale. So this aging could be a cause to any issue, social issue we see, or it could be a solution, or it could be some insight. So aging is not just a result or issue that we have to deal with. Aging itself is a core pivot or axis that can bring another social change. So first one is population. Korea is a society with ultra-low fertility with prolonged life expectancy. And there's also a value change. We see a lot more of individualism and diversity. And if you look at the family on the left, we see the rise of alternative family formations. And some people choose not to get married. And we also have this what we call graduation from marriage. Like you end your marriage not in a divorce. You just graduate from your marriage. You completed your course. So we see a lot of this graduation in marriage happening these days. So, of course, traditional families are still there, but we see a lot of new forms of families. And also changes happen in economy. We see low growth, income polarization, especially between young generation and older generation. And we see this as a competition between generations, but I don't think that makes sense because the whole pie itself is getting smaller. And technology, which is really important. Without AI and big data, ChatGPT and new technologies like that, we can't live without. So all these social changes and elements are happening simultaneously with the aging. And all of these elements are not separate or isolated from one another. They are all linked together in the big same social context. And REF means reference. Just for your reference, I don't have much time, so I'm just going to skip this reference points. And when thinking about aging, we focus on social and environmental changes, but we have to focus also on the changes of population itself. So we have baby boomer generation, like Japan has Tankai after World War II. The first baby boomer were born from 1955 to 1963 after the Korean War. So, and we also have second baby boomers. And there are different characteristics for these two groups. So this first baby boomers are axis of the aging that is currently happening. And the second baby boomers are now being integrated into the first baby boomer group. So these two groups are now redefining the old age group in Korea, creating heterogeneity within the old age group. So they're not homogeneous group. They are very different groups combined together. So that is something that we have to reflect into our policies. So how I think we need to have a dual strategy in viewing old groups. They need protection. They're weak, but they also need to be empowered. They need to be given more power. So empowerment and protection must happen together at the same time. So they're frail. Some old people are frail, but others are vital. So again, they're not one and homogeneous group of people. So there are different needs within the group of old people. And once people who are really vital with high vitality could become frail and weak anytime. So it's like a spectrum. So principle that we should stick to is to make sure that we give them autonomy and security at the same time. And this session and this whole symposium should not be the place to only focus on protection or on participation and autonomy. They must be pursued together. So from the perspective of protection and from the perspective of empowerment, this society can be translated and dissected into these four areas. And I believe right now current society is either here or here. Oh, it's completely my personal opinion. I represent my association, but my opinion is completely personal. It doesn't represent any of the official perspective or position of the PSA. I'm sorry, PA. And this is also reference slides. You can just read the slides for your reference. It's they don't understand, so I'm just skip the slide. And this is probably my one takeaway slide from my presentation. This is the framework for aging policies in Korea. So the most important thing is balance between self-reliance and protection. So it's not just about receiving the welfare assistance. Well, if you don't want the welfare assistance, then you can work. So we have to create an environment where this balanced approach is possible. So the first part is strategic pivots. I'm talking about aging, of course, right now. And in the article that I wrote what should be the optimal approaches for low fertility and the so-called extinction of the local economy in local areas. And I'm just gonna talk about aging only. And if you find my lecture boring, I'm gonna double my speed. Okay, it's okay. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, I'll make sure I'll finish my presentation within the given time. So the first part is strategic pivots. There are 4 points under the strategic pivots, and in the middle is the pathways, how we're gonna put these pivots into practice, and also 4 points. And the tactics part is technical part, who's gonna do what, and what should be the key differentials to be considered. You can just read the slide. So there are 4 pivots. And I use the word reframing instead of framing. So Korean government has already good framework for aging. So I'm not saying that I'm gonna rewrite the whole thing because they're already good. I'm just gonna add my points here, and that's why I use the word reframing. And the first pivot is intergenerational employment ecosystems. I really want to see the age segregation in the labor market broken down, and also see a lot more of mutual learning and innovation between generations. In Korea, statutory retirement age is 65. And we're talking about delaying or postponing this age further. It's not going to be easy. But aside from the statutory retirement age, people in their 50s are already preparing to retire. This is the reality because they're forced to be prepared for the retirement. We have this term, 사오정, which means 사 means 4 and 오 means 5. And if you're in your 40s and 50s, you have to prepare to step back. It's the social reality. And we have people who are willing to work. We just don't have jobs for people who are willing to work. So there's a mismatch. So how can we secure more labor force? Of course, these days a lot of people create businesses. They make these startups. Even young people, even college students can make their startup business. They have good ideas. But only thing that can be complemented is some help so that this company prospers and remains alive. And if these young people can be helped by people who retired with a lot of experiences and expertise, then these startup companies could be more successful. So I always advise these young people to start with 70 instead of 100 so that the rest of the 30 could be where you can get help from the older generation. I'm really sorry for the translators because what I'm saying is completely Korean contextual and it's not going to be easy to be translated. And
Yeah, I get old, so I have a lot of concern, and I'm even concerning for the interpreters in the booth, yeah. And second is the regionally rooted longevity economy. This is a silver economy. So silver economy is for the elderlies, and there are many industries for elderlies, but not many industries are led by elderlies. The regional economy, there are many elderlies in their 60s and 70s and 80s, and how can we involve them and have them lead the economy? I mean, they may be a little bit weak physically, but still they are very healthy for working. Then how can we have them as the main players of the industry for the agriculture? So you need to think about how to involve them and have to have them lead the economy. And next is inclusive technological innovation. We talk about AI, but those in my age are users of these technological innovation. So I probably spend more money than young people. I have a house, not very expensive house, but still I have one, and I have my asset, and we spend a lot of money, and we have the money. So yeah, targeting us would be good, but there's an issue. We make, and we need to. You need to make something that's easier for us to use or the elderly to use. So when you think of the innovation, please look at us and view us as the actual users. So please consider us and listen to our requirements and think about what we or elderly want or need. And also give us some share as well. Just kidding. Sorry to talk about money a lot. Yeah, I'm like nearing my retirement, so I'm concerned about my financial status. Community-based care system is next. I talked about protection earlier. There's very limited protection that the government can give, and it's all about like people. We cannot replace it with machines or robots, and even though there's AI, I mean, I've once I was really lonely and I had to talk with AI like the whole night, and yeah, I mean, but AIs are cold. They don't have any blood and they don't have any like childhood memories like me. Like AIs, I can talk to AI all day long, but they don't have any like content, real content. I think the AI can be a really good friend of the elderly, but no, not enough, because we need to have warm heart. Like AI doesn't have the warm heart and warm blood, and so the that's why in the community you kind of say hi to your neighbors. So I really hope that we're gonna age together, right? So if we give help, we will also get help as well. So let's think of it in the long run. I think that this is all very vague. Yeah, I'm just here to talk about vague things. Yeah. Please read the details, and I'm running out of time. I want to propose some pathways. So in the Constitution, I was hoping to have the constitutional right to age with dignity. As we age together, I hope the elderly can age with dignity, and I hope that we can all have the right to live in dignity, even if we're old. If we are guaranteed the constitutional right, we will have other institutional system. I think Finland has the rights for this. And I was hoping to have a national institute for population studies, not just for aging, but we are losing population in the rural area and also low fertility. So all these, like fertility, migration, aging, should be all integrated in one institute for research. And another suggestion is that there are different ministries in charge, or different agencies in charge. So I propose having one ministry for future population affairs. So number 2 and 3 are quite similar. So 1, we need to set up a ministry, and the other is that we need a research institute. And last suggestion is that policies can be quite focused on creating more result, but let's take it longer and let's try to set some zones so that we can try having like a test bed zones for the suggestions. Maybe it can take 3 years or 5 years or even longer. We can take one region or one zone so that we can try out the policies that we think of, and it can be a test bed for the policy. Yeah, it can be 3 years or 5 years. I think Korea will survive for more than 100 years. So for 100 years, yeah, I think it's worth investing 3 or 5 years. Yeah, I need to really skip through. Let me go on to the 4th part, which is the tactics. So I think there are concerns when thinking of the efficient or effective policies. Aging happens differently for individuals and also regions. So this is not a uniform process, even if we all age. I believe that there are 3 differences that we need to think. One is the gender difference. Of course, gender difference, grandmas and grandpas are different. It's not just when we age, but as male and female, the life cycle is a little bit different, and the gap may widen as you age. That is the gender difference we need to consider, and the gap must be big. So males may be isolated and they have high rate of suicide. And there was a very high suicidal rate of those die in isolation for old males. And for women, it's poverty. And there's also regional differences as well. And among the elderlies, there's old, young, old, mid, old, old, old. I think we can differentiate them into like 3 groups, because 65 to 74, 75 to 84, and 85 to more. I think we have to have like young, mid, old, old groups. So what do I want to do? Multi-stakeholder. So everyone get old. We all get old, so we need multi-stakeholders. And I believe that there's central government or local government, private sector or civil society, and we all need to get involved. There are many talks around what the private sector should do. And I believe that, many people focus on the role of the central government, but I think we should highlight more on the role of the private sector as well. Without the private sector, we cannot make a new social contract. For instance, adapting in the labor market, the companies have a bigger role than central governments. Even if we make policies, or even if we make something from the central government, if the companies don't follow, or if the companies don't participate, it's hard. There's ESG, they pursue ESG. So we should try to align with corporate ESG and try to devise the policies. There's many innovation in health and care and technology from the government, but the innovation can come more from the private side because they pursue money. So there are for profit. So that's why maybe companies should also make bigger innovation. So we should have private sector and public sector working together for addressing the challenge of aging. I am trying to wrap my presentation. Some people may say that it's like productive aging or active aging, so you may think that it's similar. Yeah, the narrative is very similar. I don't disagree with that. As I have told you before, I'm not talking something new or original, but I'm trying to see what was out there and try to bring that dialogue into Korean context. What we need to be careful of is that productive aging or active aging, if we focus on too much of that, we may not have enough welfare for the elderlies. Korean welfare, we don't have like that much yet, but we need to keep on providing more welfare. But let's think of more like productive aging. And if we focus too much on productive aging, we may have the burden on the individuals, not the public sector providing support. So I'm just providing the framework for discussion for everyone here, and it's just some simple proposals. We have very distinguished guests here, and we have experts here, and I believe that you all think about the aging issue very seriously. So what I shared today is in Korean context, and I'm just sharing that this is happening in Korea, and this is just a comment from me, like an individual, as a socialist and a professor, and maybe what I shared today can be talked about and discussed about by you, distinguished guests here, and then maybe we can have something. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Professor Kim, thank you so much for presentation. I appreciate it very much. Very humble, very rich, and very insightful. I think the presentation also warned us about maybe a lopsided focus on productive and active, healthy aging. Encouraged us to pursue a comprehensive approach to population aging that really looks at all kinds of responses and solutions. And reminded us that the private sector has to be part of a new social contract. I really got a lot out of your presentation. I think it was really an excellent presentation. We're a little bit over time, but I would like to see whether we can maybe take one or two questions or reflections on the presentation from the floor. Anybody? Well, there's none right now, but let me assure you that in our conversation yesterday, as well as the conversation that will unfold today, I'm quite sure we will be touching on many of these points again. In fact, just in the next session on the formal engagement of older persons in the labor force, it's a session that will also touch on these issues. Really, thank you so much, Professor Kim, for your presentation, and another round of applause, please.
Many thanks to Professor Kim and Mr. Herman for their very productive keynote session, and it was a very good segue from yesterday's session to today's session. So we are ready the stage is ready to proceed our next proceeding. So now I'd like to invite Mr. Laurent Batier, Program Analyst at the UNFPA, to moderate session 4. And I also would like to invite all the presenters and speakers, discussants for session 4. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laurent Batier, Program Analyst with UNFPA's Data, Demography and Development Branch, and I'm pleased to be your moderator for this session. We've just heard a fascinating keynote from Dr. Kim on the aging society in the Republic of Korea, which set the stage very nicely for today's discussion as we turn to the next topic. As populations age, the question of how to keep older persons engaged in the formal economy becomes central, not only for economic sustainability, but also for individual well-being. For decades, the default response in many contexts has been to raise the retirement age, but that response falls short. It doesn't reflect the diversity of people's health, skills, or aspirations, and we need approaches that are more flexible, more creative, and more inclusive. That means investing in lifelong learning, reskilling and upskilling so all the workers can adapt to changing labor markets. It means designing flexible work arrangements, part-time roles, phased retirement, and job sharing that make continued participation possible whilst ensuring decent work. And it means addressing gender gaps, because care responsibilities and career interruptions often limit opportunities for older women. We need gender-responsive approaches that uphold dignity and the right of choice for older people. It's also important to recognize the care economy, which can be defined as all paid and unpaid care work, both direct and indirect, that sustains quality of life, nurtures human capabilities, and supports current and future populations. The care economy remains deeply misunderstood and systematically undervalued. So this conversation today isn't just about working longer, it's about working differently. In these sessions, we'll hear 2 presentations from different countries and contexts, each showcasing innovative ways to engage older persons in the labor market. And after the presentation, you know the structure by now, we'll have an open discussion joined by 2 discussants So without further ado, I'm pleased to invite the first speaker, Ms. Lidia Ozadowska, who is joining us remotely. Ms. Ozadowska is the Executive Director of the Enjoying Life Charitable Foundation in Ukraine. Ms. Ozadowska, I believe you are joining us online. The floor is yours.
Greetings, colleagues.
Yes, we can
Greetings.
hear
You can hear me?
you. Yes.
Super. Greetings from Ukraine, colleagues. By now it's 2 a.m. In Ukraine, and I think that colleagues with jet lag will understand me perfectly. I will try to do my best. Today, I'm representative of Enjoying Life Charitable Foundations, one of the largest initiative in Ukraine for people aged 50 plus. Since 2013, we have been opening new opportunities for active living, development, and self-realization for older generation. We help people overcome barriers and loneliness through care, community, education, employment, and creatively. We help a lot of people, and today our foundation is not just about support, it's about the strategy of the future. You will see key figures of activity on the slides. In 2024, we reached more than 55,000 people, organized more than 800 events, and reached support of more than 500 volunteers and hundreds of business partners, mobilized more $3.1 million on aid. However, our mission goes beyond direct support. We are shaping a culture where an older person is seen first as human being with value experience, and age does not become a limitation in the minds of society. A circle part of our work is Enjoying Life Work project that transforms perception of employment and career paths after 50. In Ukraine, tens of thousands of people aged 50 plus want and are fully capable of working, but often face age-related barriers. And at the same time, 54% of employers report staff shortage, while 33% of Ukrainians aged 30 plus admit experiencing age discrimination. Enjoying Life Work breaks these stereotypes by aligning businesses' needs with the motivation of experienced professionals. We connect opportunities with potential. Our main areas of work include education and development, career support, psychological support, and importantly, community building, networking events, meetups with employers. We build a bridge between adult job seekers and businesses. Here, experience becomes a form of capital rather than a stigma. Between 2018 and 2024, the project delivered outcomes that are not just numbers on pages. There's people who believed in themselves, again, received job offers, gained stable income, and responded their sense of professional value. There are companies that gained committed, reliable, and human talent who often untopped expectation exactly because of work matters to them. This is a win-win model. Motivated employees receive new professional opportunities, and employers gain responsible, loyal professionals who bring knowledge, discipline, human-centric problem-solving, and mentorship potential inside new teams. The changes we see extends far beyond individual cases. This initiative contributes to nationwide transformation, strengthening Ukraine's economy by engaging experienced professionals, improving financial well-being of older people and their families, restoring emotional stability, reducing burnouts, rebuilding professional and social connections. The project became a space of trust and mutual support. People share experiences, mentor one another, and return an active social and professional life. This is an investment into sustainability of society, resilience of community, and long-term economic inclusion. Work gives people age 50 plus more than income. It gives identity, structure, confidence, resilience, and a sense of the future. According to the demographic projections, by 2050, every third Ukrainian will be aged 60 plus. This is a challenge, but also a resource if society learns to unlock it correctly. Our experience provides people age 50 plus are not passive recipients. They are active creators of economy, businesses, and communities. And investing in them is not a social experiment. It is a growth strategy. When we support working adults 50 plus, we are reuniting stability, humanity, and believe in one's capabilities to the entire society. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ozadowska, for your presentation. We deeply appreciating you joining us so late in Ukraine. Next on my list for the second speaker, who is joining us in person, Professor Kim Dae-hyun he's a professor in the Department of External Affairs of Korea Polytechnics in the Republic of Korea. Professor Kim, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Korea Polytech University, and I'm in charge of external affairs. And my name is Kim Dae-hyun. Nice to meet you. First of all, I would like to. I think that this is a very big honor for me to be here presenting on the 9th Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Aging. And thank you for inviting me. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to work this. Sorry. Thank you for the understanding. So in this session, engaging older persons in the formal economy, I prepared my presentation under the theme of vocational education for sustainable labor market participation. And I would like to introduce the Korea Polytech's re-employment support for senior retirees. Our university was established in 1968, and this is the biggest, largest college in Korea, and we have 39 campuses, and we have about over 2,000 people employed. And as of 2024, we have about 66,000 people that we provide vocational education. So about 80% have employed. And this is more than the average of other junior colleges, which is 72%. And it's because we actually provide on-site training or vocational training. And just like UNFPA, Korea Polytechnics was interested in the theme because of this. You can see the aging index, and the aging index is increasing sharply, and the old minus age dependency ratio is also increasing sharply. So in 2035, it's going to reach about 50%. So the old age dependency ratio will reach about 50%. So this causes the crisis for pension, and it also has more burden on the healthcare. So it's going to have more burdens on the young generation. So in order to respond to aging society, we need to come up with measures to ease the burden and have more protection for the elderly at the same time. So our program covers a wide range of ages and classes. So to briefly introduce, we have Tasom High School which is a high school for different people, and we also have a craftsman course and industrial associate's degree. And I would like to share the seniors course, which is for over 40s. So the course that's catered for over 40. We provide training for them so that they can be actively participating in the economy even after they retire. So this is one of the key vocational course that we provide. So those who are not employed, even though they are over 40, and if they have self-employed businesses, we provide the vocational training for them. So as you can see, the tuition is free, and we provide also some transportation fee, and it's for electrical, mechanical, automotive, welding, and interior architecture, and culinary arts and healthcare. These are some achievements that I would like to show. So as of 2024, so more than 62% were able to get reemployed. This is quite positive. So many of them were in their 50s, right before their retirement, and male took more portion, which is about 78%. It means that those males in their 50s really need to make money for the family, and they are really at risk because they are before the retirement. And our special course for the middle-aged got a lot of attention from the media. We were actually in many articles, and at the very bottom, you can see my article that I wrote. So this uses a 4 Chinese word, and it means that we learn from each other. And as I provide my lessons, they are seniors, and I also do learn from my students who may be older than me. So that's why it's that mutual growth through teaching and learning. So this is my conclusion. So for sustainable society, we need active and productive aging. For this, middle-aged population should actively participate in the workforce. And also, they should not just participate only, but they should have professional skills, and it will be a more meaningful contribution that they make to the society. So that's why our Korea Polytechnics provide the vocational training. It's not just for the individuals, but we are also trying to help address the issue of low fertility and aging. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, for your very short and impactful presentation. Some recurring themes as well with the first presentation on active and productive aging. I'm just going to check if our third speaker is joining. I don't think so. Miss Boitinin could not unfortunately join us today. So that means we will have more time for the next part of this session, the discussion, and we will also invite all of you to join in the discussion. But without further ado, I would like to start turning to our two discussants joining us today. The objective of the discussion is really to shift the conversations towards the level of individuals and to discuss policies and programs that could leverage the human capital of this aging workforce that we have been discussing in the past 2 days. And as we engage in this discussion, I invite you to think boldly and react to the following questions. What are some policies and practices that can help us move beyond the old paradigm and create a labor market that truly works for older persons and for society as a whole? So let me first start with you, Gabriela. Dr. Gabriela Meya is a consultant for population and development with us at UNFPA. Can you please offer us some reflections and any reactions to the presentations we heard?
Thank you so much, Laurent. It's really a pleasure to be here in person. I have jumped previously online, but I have to say, like, the conversations happening around have been really, really rich. So I'm going back home to Mexico with so much learning. Okay, so before actually I make comments to the presentations, which I found very, very interesting. Actually, yesterday, Dr. Ritu mentioned this very briefly. On Friday, the BBC reported this, I think, fascinating news about how our brains developed. Basically, researchers from Cambridge University find out that there are 5 main stages of how our brains develop. The first one starts with childhood. So it goes from birth all the way to age 9. Then adolescence has been redefined, and this is something that we have been talking a lot about, redefining concepts. Adolescence goes from age 10 all the way to age 32. So maybe we have some adolescents here in the room present. Then the second stage is adulthood. So adulthood goes from age 33 all the way to age 66. And I think this is very important to keep this age in mind, 66. And then we go to early aging. There's another definition in terms of what Professor Kim just presented earlier. So early aging starts from age 67 all the way to age 83, and then there's late aging, and that's from age 84 and so forth. So why am I bringing all these complicated age groups? I apologize for all the numbers, because basically when we are in our peak of our brain development, this is when we retire. So I think we are actually like so much more potential to give to society, basically still be very productive individuals to society. But well, of course, like what we have been seeing in the presentations, there are barriers to this engagement of older people. Or I would say like not so old in a way. We have been talking about what is old, but well, based on age groups. So barriers, discrimination, just like Lydia mentioned, there's a lot of discrimination for people as young as 40 years old. So how are we coping actually with that in terms of older age groups? Laurent mentioned that very briefly, like the systems are basically not coping. They are not flexible with the needs of older people. And then, of course, like it is really rapid change in terms of technology and so forth, our skills might become outdated. So we were thinking, we were just saw in Professor Kim's presentation how upskilling and reskilling is very important, basically, to still engage adults in the workforce. Lifelong learning is actually one of the opportunities that we still need to enhance. And as I've been speaking about like this brain development, so lifelong learning should be encouraged. And I was thinking like ways of how we can enhance this lifelong learning. We know that youth unemployment is very high, and they are like the ones basically teaching us like people not so young anymore, like how to operate these technologies. So we can make like this match of younger people and older people learning from each other so we can enhance these intergenerational collaborations between different age groups. And something that will bring basically employment to the youth, and then it could bring a potential job opportunity for older people. And I guess when we start learning from each other, we actually enhance these connections with people that might become friends for life. And I think that actually will help break this age discrimination that we're talking about once we actually get to know about like these collaborations, intergenerational collaborations as well. One of the key aspects that I think also governments need to consider is legislation and the law. We have been talking, as I said, redefining a lot of concepts. So we need to work constantly on updating legislations. And of course, they need to be done basically at a national level and then at the community level as well, because within countries, we know that there are differences by regions and so forth. So it is very important basically to keep changing this legislation. And then of course, women. And we have been talking a lot about women and these gender gaps, which I think they are really, really important to address. We have been hearing throughout, I don't want to repeat myself from what we have been hearing out today and even yesterday, but we really need to target policies to enhance the learning of women. Most of women in the Global South, they actually engage in care work activities, that's unpaid labor force. So we also need to think how to bring them so they don't age in poverty because of a lack of pension, even if they have access to a pension with their contribution in paid labor force, because of the pay gender gap, this pension might be even like smaller than that compared to men. So this is actually one of the points that I would like to ask. And Lydia, thanks for staying with us so late. According to Ukraine time, like from the figures you gave us, if you have an insight about like these gender differences between men and women, and also this is my same question to you, Professor Kim, like from that 20% of enrollment of women, if there are any plans to try to expand and increase, hopefully maybe next year you'll tell us that that has doubled or something. I'm hopeful for that. And well, I want to finish on a positive note. Thanks to demographic intelligence, we know where we're heading to. So I think this is the time to start working on it. We might not have all the answers right now, but I am very confident and positive that by opening these dialogues, these conversations, we're going to reach a future where everyone is feeling their full potential and basically no one is really left behind. Finally, longevity is probably one of the greatest achievements of humanity if we come to think like life expectancy some decades ago. So we should celebrate longevity more than it is now. So basically, sorry I talk so much. That would be basically what I want to talk about this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, for those rich remarks, and I'm sure we'll have... Sorry. Yeah, I think you spoke too long and then the mic stopped working. No, I'm joking. But thank you so much for these rich remarks, and I'm sure we will have the opportunity to hear from you again. You asked some really pertinent questions to our presenters, but first I would like to invite our last discussant to join us, Mr. Abhijit Visaria, who is a technical advisor in population dynamics at UNFPA's regional office for Asia and the Pacific. Abhijit, if you would like to share some initial remarks. Thank you.
No, thanks very much also for this opportunity to be a discussant at this session. Your first question, Laurent, was about sort of policies and practices, right? Sort of where labor market can, in some sense, work for older persons. And I think there are a lot of sort of examples, I think, out there that are perhaps firm or industry specific. I think, in how those have increased the opportunity for older persons to remain engaged or to remain working. And I think some of those sort of best practices, in some sense, I think do need to get, I think, highlighted. We need to learn more about what some of these firms are doing. For example, ILO has this measure on the age friendliness, I think, of workspaces, where I think they look at jobs that are physically less demanding, where there are fewer job hazards, and there is some sort of I think a ranking in terms of more responsibilities or more mentoring opportunities that older workers would have or these particular jobs have. And there is, I think, a opportunity, I think, to perhaps use that at scale, apply it to more industries. I think the other sort of overall, I think, avenue is mid-career, right? Sort of skills, I think, upgrading. I think far too often we seem to think about even lifelong learning, or in practice, lifelong learning is often something that programmatically seems to be something that mature workers or older workers should do on the cusp of retirement almost. And I think it's perhaps too late in some sense to really pivot away from a lifelong, set of skills or jobs, occupations, sort of specifically that I think workers have been engaged in, to at that point suddenly want to meet the demands of an evolving economy or industry in the first place. So I think something clearly needs to be done, I think, earlier on. There are, so if you look for if you look for what firms do on this, so the World Bank has this enterprise survey. Now, of course, it's self-reported, so we might have measurement issues with it, but where essentially I think firms are asked about how many of them offer opportunities for workers to be trained, for existing employees to be trained, sort of during their time in the companies. And at least in the ASEAN region, the proportions are fairly low. So China seems to report very, very high levels of on-the-job training opportunities that are available to workers. Upwards of 70-80% of firms report that they have these opportunities. Philippines comes in at only 40%, right? Malaysia is only 30% of firms that I think do that. So I think in terms of a policy, I think supporting transitions in careers, job opportunities, I think skills upgrading, I think at the mid-career level, I think is something that I think needs to be done. The other sort of overall thought, and I've said this, sort of very often, I think, there is a myth that older workers or the continued participation of older workers in jobs crowds out opportunities for younger workers to remain in these firms. And I can understand where this concern is coming from, right? So this whole business of or this concern about youth unemployment, very pertinent, right? Absolutely. Nobody is sort of downplaying the importance of the fact that there are perhaps fewer, jobs in total, or perhaps as productive, or maybe there's, high levels of underemployment. But this idea that there is a zero-sum game, right, which is that there is this crowding out, at least the research doesn't back this up, right? Now, the problem is that a lot of this research is actually done in Europe and the US. But we don't have enough examples of Asia where we can actually say, that having older workers continue to be in the workforce, sort of at the firm or the industry level, actually creates opportunities as a whole, right? Take a university setting as an example. When you have a senior professor, for example, right, who's continued to be employed, that professor is more likely, simply by virtue of experience and grantsmanship, to be able to get more competitive research grants, and therefore employ more sort of younger research assistants, et cetera, right? So it's just an example of an industry where continued participation of older workers actually creates opportunities for younger workers to enter and then remain in jobs. So I think that is older workforce participation is not at the expense of the entry or the continued participation of younger workers. And I think we need more research, I think, on from the Asian context. And the final thing, I do want to come back to this gender gap, because it is also in our session's title. And I'd like to hear sort of both from Ukraine and I think the example here of the Korea Polytechnics. If one looks at age-specific labor force participation rates, most countries around the world, female labor force participation rates peak at the ages of between 24 to 39 approximately. And then virtually in all countries, because of either the motherhood penalty, as it is often referred to as, or caregiving responsibilities, female labor force participation rates start falling much faster than those of males, while male participation rates remain universal. So it is not as if women are sort of dropping out of the workforce when they are reaching older ages. They're dropping out of the workforce much earlier, right? Sort of in their lives. And obviously the sort of the sustained disadvantage that they have in terms of retirement adequacy, et cetera, is because of the fact that they spend fewer years in the workforce. So what I'd like to sort of understand is that when you're talking about mature workers or older workers, how is it that you are able to, in some sense, encourage women to re-enter, right, the workforce? It's not sort of continue to work at older ages, but it really is about sort of re-entering the workforce. And I think the Korea Polytechnic example is, in fact, I think very interesting because that's exactly what they are targeting, re-entry of workers. So it'd be interesting to hear sort of how you look at this sort of gender dimension, particularly opportunities for women to re-enter the workforce. So I'll stop there and then we can talk more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abhijit, for these remarks. Lots of different areas to focus on for engaging older persons in the formal economy. I think this concept of to say that there is a place for everybody in the labor market really resonated also with Dr. Cheong-Sok Kim presentation earlier this morning when he talked about this intergenerational employment ecosystems, which is probably something that remains a little bit misunderstood and can also be offering. We can also open this for interested researchers to look into it. I think would be interesting. But before I go back to the presenters, you asked them a few very interesting questions. I would like to open the floors for any remarks and to hear from you what sort of policies and practices can help us move beyond this paradigm and create this labor market that works for all the person as a society. So if you could please raise your hand if you are interested to take the floor. Okay, so we will start with Ms. Henning.
Thank you very much to all presenters online and in the room for a very intriguing and interesting presentation focusing on the formal labor market. Speaking for Asia Pacific, I just would like to add a footnote here that what we're not talking about. We're not talking about the many people in Asia Pacific working in the informal market. And that's an important aspect of the discussion as well, I think, because due to lack of social protection in our region, less than 50% of the population is covered by social protection. Many people are left with working in the informal market. So that's an important topic. It's often the women having to do that and also people in old age. What I also would like to add is that we need to think about how to help people transition from the informal to the formal market. And I think that's maybe something the panel can also discuss. And there are opportunities. We are talking about the green, we are talking about the blue transition. What skills are required from people out there looking for work, regardless of age, but allowing them to continue to work into old age? What skills are required that they can support this transition, which we are all aiming at? So I think these are some additional comments I would like to leave. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henning. I saw also some hands. Yes, Olga.
Thank you. My name is Olga Troshenko. I'm from UNFPA Belarus. And I would like to thank Dr. Kim and Professor Kim for the presentations, because Belarus and South Korea have very different country context and backgrounds, but the issues are very much similar. I'm thanking you very much for this session, because we are coming down to the level of individuals. And no systems, no policies will work without individuals. My questions will be about when actually to start. In Belarus, we recently developed a special course for people of 40 plus age on preparedness for aging, on how to remain healthy, how to remain active, how to build social contacts and social resilience, how to maintain economic and financial well-being after you retire. So how do you prepare for this? And actually, when we were discussing about what would be the target audience with the healthcare professionals, with economists, and with financial experts, we decided that we go for 40 plus age because this is the age when actually your health, you need to address health issues like menopause and andropause, no later than that, because at 50 it's a little bit too late. And from the financial and economic perspective also, the experts told us that, look, in Belarusian context at least, you need to start thinking about, ideally in mid-30s, but no later than early 40s, to be able to prepare economically and financially for good financial life after you retire, because pension allowance is much lower than actually your salaries. And with the presentations today, it was great that we also decided that staying demanded in the labor market is very important, and probably this course should be complemented with lifelong learning opportunities and the module on how to remain demanded at the labor market. But now my question is, when would you advise to start? At what age? And whether it is connected to the actually retirement age or to physical age of a person. So that would be very helpful for us actually to strengthen and to improve our also course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. We'll take one more question from the floor, and then we will go back to the presenters. But I think we will have the opportunity to hear from everybody who would like to speak. We have another 40 minutes. So yes, please, the next question.
Thank you. I think this is actually maybe for Abhijit, because what you said actually brought back to mind 4 quite disparate conversations I had, one with a colleague from India, one ex-colleague from WHO, one from Japan, one from Singapore, actually 5 people, and then one person from Vietnam as well. And the fundamental thread, if I were to pull these conversations together, something along these lines anyway, that a lot of the issues that we face, or we think we face around older people crowding out younger people, is because whenever we think about formal employment in many countries, and we think about formal social protection systems and career paths and all that, we're thinking the civil service. And the point I think that all these people were making was that this policy making is infected basically with civil service thinking, where it is very hard, very difficult, for someone who is entrepreneurial and 35 actually to become a director general of a department or permanent secretary. So to some extent, actually, I guess just pulling these threads together, I do wonder whether this angst and this debate that we're sort of undergoing at the moment is because, for example, we don't have the private sector in the room. Right? We, most of us, are products essentially of this system as well. And we actually see our progression in our lives actually through the system in that manner as well. And maybe we're not the right people to solve this problem because we're products of the system. So it's just a reflection and maybe just a question for you, Abhijit, about the fact that in the civil service it is real that the people actually who have been there, the older people really do crowd out the opportunities actually for younger people, because think about the civil service in Singapore and Japan. Seniority matters. How many years you put in matters. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the pertinent question. I'd like to bring it back to our two presenters from this morning. Ms. Ozadowska, if you are still with us from Ukraine, if you'd like to offer some reflections. Ms. Ozadowska is. It was very late in Ukraine, so we are grateful for her time. So I'll turn to Professor Kim then. I think you have been asked a few questions also from Gabriela. Thank you.
네, 다시 이렇게 발언 기회를
Yes,
주셔서
thank you for giving me this
너무
opportunity to
발표
speak.
시간이 충분하지 않아서
I didn't have enough
제가
presentation time,
말씀을
so
못
I was not
드렸던
able to
부분을
tell
우리
everything.
질문자분들께서
But I guess many questions were given to me, so I am very grateful for these questions that are thrown.
아까 말씀을 못 드렸지만 우리
I was not able to tell
한국
you
대학의 여러 프로그램 중에서
before. There are many
제가
programs.
공통적으로 받았던 질문들이 이제 여성 젠더에 대한
I think there was some common questions about like women or gender programs. So we do have female programs for reemployment. It's the female reemployment program. And compared to the senior program that I mentioned, the senior program is for over 40s. We have both male and female students, and we do target both female and male. But if it's tech-based, for female reemployment, it's less professional skill, but it's easier to approach or more accessible skills, for instance, like drawing caricatures or making baskets. So it's more simple programs that we have for female reemployment programs. So compared to, so there were less senior female citizens involved in the senior program that I mentioned in the program presentation. And unfortunately, even if the females learn from our course, from the senior course, it's less likely that they get employed because the technical fields that I share them, it actually requires like the roots economy-based industry. So it is harder for female citizens or seniors to learn and get the jobs in the technical fields. And Korea Polytechnics do have many programs. And also we do have the ministry. And we also do have the re-employment system for females as well, provided from the ministries. So we try to align jobs, and interns have mentioned females usually get out of the labor force because after they get married, they tend to have babies, and they also do have to provide care for the babies, and they are given the social roles as mothers. So at the timing of their retirement, they also need to care for the grandchildren. So that's why female seniors are harder to join the workforce. And that's why we do have some centers that provide programs for gender equality. So for females, the ministries are trying to provide these programs. So they want to ease the burden of the caregiving provided by mothers or female seniors. And they try to ease the burden of caregiving, plus try to give jobs to female seniors. And I also had another question for me. What should be the age for targeting the senior programs? I had two thoughts. Plus 60 or over 60. Actually, the statutory retirement age is 60 in Korea. And at the age of 60, if you look at those people in their 60s, they are still very active and productive, and
있는데
we feel
우리
that they have
한국폴리텍대학의
quite
신중년
vitality.
특화과정 아까
But
소개시켜드렸던 그
the
프로그램도
senior program that I talked about in my
그
presentation,
타겟을
at first
50세
we actually had
이상으로
it
했었어요.
over
그런데
50, so those over 50 could get our program.
갈수록
But
젊어지고 아직
people
일할
get younger
능력이
and they do have the
충분한데
ability to work.
실제로 그 커리어가 단절되기
but
시작하는
sometimes
시점은
the timing of the getting out of their career,
40세부터 그런 위기에
actually they are
직면을 하게
really
된다는
forced
거죠.
to leave
그래서
their
저희가
jobs since their
몇년 전부터
40s.
그 타겟
So that's why
대상을 40세
since a
이상으로
few years
40세
ago we've
이상으로
lowered
낮춰서
the
했습니다.
age
걱정을 했죠. 과연
for this
40세
program.
이상의
We were worried.
임원들이 참여를 할까?
Are the
근데
people
아까
over 40 gonna join our senior program? But yes, there are many older people that are forced to quit their jobs from their 40s. So that's why we had many students and they had many career concerns and we were able to know. This is it for my comment, and if there are many other questions for me, I will answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. You touched on some important points about the role of women and the underappreciated role of care as well, and recognizing this value in our society, which remains a big challenge. Let me turn to you, Gabriela.
Thank you. I want to address the question, Olga, about how early should start. I'm going to share a little bit of what the government of Mexico is doing right now in terms of our low fertility and aging population. Right now, Mexico has 130 million people. Our total fertility rate right now is at 1.6. Population 60 and over is right now estimated at 10%, but in 20 years or so, it's going to double. So now this is work in progress somehow. It's been launched. It's a strategy, and it's called the intergenerational strategy to cope with the changing the distribution of age groups. It's kind of a long name in Spanish as well, I have to say. And how early to start? Basically, it's since birth. So we are preparing, well, the government of Mexico, we are part in the UNFPA office of dealing with this enormous challenge, because just as Sabine mentioned, half of the people in the workforce in Mexico are in the informal sector. This means that basically they are not getting a pension. And although there is a program, social program right now for people 65 and over, this might not be enough. For women, basically, to deal with the thing that they have been, context matters. Something that we have been talking about is how context matters. In Mexico, there might be the mother penalty, but then as well, like based on transitions to adulthood. Although our levels of education there's really not a gender differences between men and women. Women culturally and it's a cultural thing. They do not really enroll in the labor force, in the paid labor force, I should say. They become carriers for their children, their grandparents, and everyone around. So what the government is also doing right now, it's giving a pension for women when they turn 60 as well. It's not a pension, actually. It's a benefit in a way. Given the numbers that I gave you earlier about these percentages, that's why we're actually working on dealing with these issues. There are challenges. As I say, I'm very optimistic because we're trying to find the solutions for these challenges. So there are actually like learning programs, lifetime learning programs. As I mentioned, youth unemployment is also an issue. So everyone is kind of welcome. Now the Ministry of Education launched a platform, and you can enroll in like all these upskilling and reskilling, and it's for free. This is actually a pilot study, so we're seeing exactly, and I hope next year, hopefully next year, the people from the Mexican Council of Population, I was part of it, and now we're basically like still working with them, can come and present this strategy, as I say, it's been launched and it's work in progress. This is an intersectoral strategy. So almost every ministry is on board. Tax authorities, health authorities, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Education, the Ministry of, it's the first time that actually we do have a Ministry of Women. We have our first woman president in history. And we're working really, really hard for this challenge ahead of us. As I say earlier, we might not have all the answers right now, but we are basically now trying to solve this really complex puzzle in a way in terms of the global south. So how early is it? Never. It's never too early, basically, to work on these policies and changes and basically deal with the situation that we know we're heading. Again, data is so important, so we need to find out exactly what's going on, update indicators as constantly. This is going to be something that we might have to speed up because last time that actually I presented, we were one of the few countries in 2020 to collect a census, which was a big challenge because it was a pandemic. We just did it just before the pandemic. And of course, we started with the process of population projections. Right now, as we speak, actually the Institute of Statistics is updating through, it's called the Intercensal Survey. It's targeting about 5% of households in Mexico, and we will have to update those figures. So I mentioned that total fertility rate is 1.6. We will see if that's actually the total fertility rate right now. And what happened after the pandemic? Because that's one of the things as well that we need to deal, like orphanhood, there's still this lag in the registration systems. So maybe next year, hopefully, we'll be here presenting the progress of this. I think this is very important strategy, and the name says it all. It's an intergenerational strategy. So it's not only for older people or younger people. This is really a way of thinking as a whole in a very holistic approach. So this is a really novel, I have to say, it's a novel approach on dealing with what we're seeing. I would stop there. Thank you so much for the presentations and for your answer, Dr. Kim. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you so much, Gabriela, for sharing this example from Mexico on this intergenerational strategy. I think we are hearing so many different examples from different regions, but with some recurring themes going the need to engage all different generations and bring also this life course approach. Let me turn to you, Abhijit. I believe the floor had some questions for you as well.
No, I think Paul's question is pertinent. I mean, the civil service is a large employer in places like Singapore, and perhaps there is crowding out of younger, entrants into the civil service in that industry or that sort of firm or organization in a sense. So it's certainly plausible. I'm sure there are other examples that go against this thought or this grain, but I think we need to know more, I think, from our region to test this hypothesis, which at least elsewhere, the data and the research suggests it's not the case now. So should it be therefore at a firm level? Should it be at an industry level, etc.? I think certainly something we need to know. We need to, the thing with a lot of this is that the data is out there. Well, no, let me rephrase. The data is there. It's not out there to be able to analyze, because in the formal, I think, sector, and I think Sabine's point is important, which is that we are not talking necessarily about the informal economy, but that's, I mean, the session is about engaging, workers in the formal economy. But at least I think as far as the formal economy is concerned, the data is available to be able to track, entry and exit, I think, from the workforce. So I'm hoping that this is an agenda that a consortium of universities or others can take up, contribute to this. So that was one. Can I share sort of one other thought? So there is another sort of piece of the puzzle, I think, which is also, I think, interesting to consider because you asked about sort of policies, right? Sort of, I think overall productivity gains, right? I think that come from that potential productivity gains that I think will come from improved health and improved work circumstances. I think that is another sort of, vastly understudied or, sort of not as well understood sort of aspect of this. Oftentimes, I think in conversations when we think particularly about population aging and the challenges that it'll come with, we sort of pivot very quickly to the fact that increasing retirement ages or the continued employment of older persons is a way, in some sense, to cope with or balance out, in some sense, the potential shrinking of a labor force because of sustained low fertility, et cetera, right? And so we seem to think that that's really the sort of it's an absolute, gain in some sense that I think we're targeting. But I don't think we necessarily understand as well how much of this can actually get balanced, how much of the potential loss to an economy can get balanced out by productivity gains, I think, in the workforce. And ADB, for example, I think has tried modeling some of this in the last, I think, 2 years or so. And they find a modest, sort of between 0.5% and 1% percentage points increase in the GDP if productivity gains were made only at the 60 to 69, sort of ages. And they're saying it's possible because this is essentially motivated by better health, right? And so I think we need to sort of bring that into, it's difficult, but we need to bring that, I think, into the consideration. And finally, the last one, we have to think about sort of future cohorts, I think, of older persons, right? This is a challenge or a problem or an opportunity, sort of whichever way we sort of think about this right now. But are the 30-year-olds, the 40-year-olds of today, those in their 30s or those in their 40s, want to continue to work, sort of beyond the ages of 60, 65, or will they, or is the idea that, well, retirement adequacy is going to be improved for, again, in the formal economy, for a vast majority of them, and they're not going to want to continue, right? And so if for older persons of today, we think about older ages as this sort of third age and, sort of ideas of productive engagement, not just in the economy, but in society, and we talk about volunteering as, sort of ways of contributing to the economy, are we sure that sort of future cohorts of older persons are going to want to remain employed formally in the jobs that they've always been? It's not clear to me that I think a lot of what younger generations are sort of going to aspire to is necessarily continued employment. If they have the resources to be able to do more things, better things, travel, whatever it is, right? Then why not? So I don't know whether we are sort of factoring that. It's not a cliff we are going to fall off, but I think we do need to start thinking about, sort of what future cohorts or what aspirations of future cohorts for continued participation in the economy are going to be.
Fascinating, Abhijit. Yeah, for sure. I think younger generations are also looking at jobs and flexible work arrangements as something that is growing, part-time roles, job sharing. Also, teleworking is something that came that the new generations after COVID-19 are looking into. So yeah, very, very interesting, and thank you also for bringing in the productivity gains. Fascinating and relevant. Let me turn back to the floor, and we have more time. If anybody would like to also ask some questions or also bring some elements of best practices and policies. Let me go to Ritu at the back.
Thank you very much. Really important conversation. I'm thinking about the enabling environment and the types of evidence that we could help support gathering that would help this area. For example, to what extent are national laws, legislation against age-based discrimination help, first of all, to what extent do they exist and cover, we have an interest that it covers the right to access health services, but these pieces of legislation could also incorporate age-based discrimination in relation to employment. Perhaps there are in each context there may be a different set of laws and regulations. Would this kind of review with case studies from a range of countries be helpful? Maybe it already exists that's comprehensive, because I think the examples, some of the examples that have been given is really how do you shift the whole population curve, and even if it's a couple of percentages in terms of being better, that can translate into many positive kind of results. So I'm just thinking about this broader enabling environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu. Yes, Eduardo?
Thank you. I'm following up on Sabina's question before, a point that she raised about the informal sector. I think overall in Asia, in the Asia region, over 60% of the workforce is in the informal sector. So countries like India, the most populated country in the world, has only 12% in the formal sector. So the large majority is in the informal sector. So how can work in old age be facilitated for those in the informal sector? And there is no reluctance to improve the working conditions from the worker side. For example, in Thailand or in Cambodia or in Vietnam, you see the informal vendors using the QR, so they are adapting to the cashless society, no? But how can lifelong learning, how can training be adapted to the conditions of the informal sector? Because aside from China, I don't think there has been any successful experience in the region in formalizing the informal workers. I think there is very little advance in the last 20 years on that. So if the informal workers are not formalizing, how can the working conditions be improved, be facilitated, be made more productive even in this large sector of the population?
Michael?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to briefly go back to the point on the crowding out. Yeah, so I think that, as Paul said, look, there might be particular sectors or an industry where we have a finite number of jobs, and I think there can be a crowding out, of course. But for the economy as a whole, there is not necessarily crowding out of jobs. Yeah? Jobs don't crowd out jobs. Jobs create jobs. They create income, they create consumption. So I think we can't look at this at a purely sectoral, from a sectoral perspective. The other thing is that, of course, sometimes people look at unemployment figures and they say, oh, youth unemployment is much higher than adult unemployment. They think this might be an indication for crowding out. But it's not really the case, because typically youth unemployment is always higher than adult unemployment, reflecting the difficulties many young people have entering the labor market at early ages. A much bigger thing, I think, looking at this situation is really structural change because of technological developments, if you like. Many jobs that older people occupy today will gradually be lost to younger populations, and they will be replaced by other jobs. Yeah? Oftentimes, and regrettably, not as stable, more more, let's say, precarious employment, platform work, other types of work, short-term work. So I think we have that as a factor, which is due to structural changes and technological changes. They have important implications for income distribution, of course. That's very important. But so looking at this on that point of crowding out, from an economic perspective, I don't think that makes so much sense to look at this as crowding out. But I do think we need to look at this employment dimension from a structural perspective. And many of the presentations that we heard, they're focusing on re-employing older segments of the working age population, 50 plus, okay? And I think that's very important because, look, this is the first important step to increase labor force participation. These people are in working age, but they're underemployed or not employed. They dropped out for different reasons. We have to reintegrate them, and it's a big challenge, including in Germany and many other countries. Retirement age is 65, but de facto labor force, many people leave the labor force much earlier. So I think that is the first obvious focus. Now, as populations are aging, I think we also need to look at how do you extend employment into retirement to some extent. And again, not because we want to have older people work until they drop, but because we also want to create opportunities for people to engage. And maybe a mandatory retirement age is actually a form of age-based discrimination, if you like. Why do we not allow people to participate if they want to, right? But then I think one way is, of course, to postpone the retirement age, which many countries are doing because of a pension crisis. It's effective to do, but it's a very crude measure to engage people. And if you say in France, we're going to extend the retirement age by 3 years, everybody goes to the street and they're like, oh no, we don't want to. And if you ask here in the room, do you want to do your same job for the next 10 years? Most people probably say, oh, no, thank you. I don't want to. But it's not that people don't want to work. They don't just want to do the same thing for the next 10 years they've been doing for all of their life. So I think we have to be much more creative how we engage older people with flexible work, with other work opportunities, changing career paths, doing something else, okay? So I think this is also about then really engaging older people in a more creative way in the economy and society, which at some point we'll need to look at. Over.
Thank you so much, Michael, for bringing this structural perspective, also bringing back to having systems and creating the jobs that allow for the engagement of older persons. Yes, Paul, again, and let's keep the discussion going in the floor if anybody else would like to
I just wanted to follow up actually on the informality discussion. And Eduardo, you might remember that conversation that we had with Pip O'Keefe, from the World Bank, when we met a couple of weeks ago in Chiang Mai. And one of the interesting side questions we sort of explored actually with Philip actually was this question of, when does a country actually get rich enough to grow old? And actually, Pip's answer to that one is actually quite interesting. He said maybe it's not a question actually about whether you're rich enough to grow old that is germane actually to the problem, but it's actually the degree to which your economy is actually, has actually formalized its working structures so that you're actually able to put in proper social protection systems. So this informality, formal working thing is actually probably also quite important. So you said maybe it's not so much whether you're rich enough to grow old, but whether you have enough people actually in formal work, formally protected, so that your society can grow old. So I think I offer that also as a perspective, I think, of the informal, formal sort of debate.
Sabine? Yeah.
I just want to add another nuance from Asia and the Pacific, from what I've learned, and this is coming from colleagues I'm working with who have told me in Thailand repeatedly that the perception of older persons wanting to continue to work might not apply necessarily for countries in Asia Pacific. They want to rest. They want to do some. So whole idea of keeping people in the workplace, or what can we do to facilitate that reskill, this might depend on national cultural context, etc. And I think we need to come with that lens when we discuss this at a global forum. Different countries, different cultures might have different views on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henning, and Stuart last.
Thanks a lot. I mean, I know this has already been kind of implied, but just to emphasize, I mean, we talk a lot about, we're basically, whether in the informal sector or the formal sector, we're talking about paid work. But actually, if you you make a full economic cost of the unpaid work, which is performed by older people, whether or not this is in the care sector, whether or not this is in grandparental care, in caring for each other, in working in community organizations, in other kind of volunteering, then actually the economic contribution of that is probably as much as the potential economic contribution of extending the retirement age or increasing labour force participation, and obviously the gender dimension to that then makes an enormous difference, right? So that economic contribution of older females is, when it's fully costed, which it never properly is unless we have national time transfer accounts and things like that, is, I think, something that needs to be emphasized a bit.
Thank you, Stuart. Anyone else from the floor before we bring it back for closing remarks? No. Okay, this is great. So let's hear from Professor Kim. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we had talked about what if people don't want to be engaged in the labor market or the economy. I think we talked about it a lot. Let me ask you a simple question. Then, if they don't want to be participating in the labor market, but they need money. So in order to address that financial issue, they need either pension or they need some financial support from the government. But as you know, not all countries are rich to provide all the welfare that they want. So one of the ways that I suggested was that I think what I proposed was quite realistic. We're aging and people need to be financially independent. So it means that they need to reskill or upskill to make money, and they need to be equipped with the skills needed for the jobs. So that's why I emphasize that in my presentation. And another issue that we face is that even if they get upskilling and reskilling, can they be really employed? So that's why we should provide incentives for the companies that hire the elderlies. Maybe that would be a more realistic approach that we can take. And another comment was that then the aged participate and they may take away some jobs from the young generation. And I think someone mentioned already the young generation, the employment rate is always kind of similar regardless of the elderly joining the workforce. I have a different perception. They're not replacing each other, but they are complementing each other because the old people have more experience and they're more skilled, and young people are faster in learning and they can activate things, they can implement things faster. So I think they can create a synergy if young and old people work together. And lastly, if that's the case, if you get old and if you need some economic activities, if the physical ability is not there for the old people, many Korean companies provide the system, like flexible systems, or they allow people to work remotely. So these are some policies in place to help reduce the burden of physical labor. So I guess this will be my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Gabriela.
Oh, thank you. So I guess one of the biggest challenges is how to move people from the informal sector into the formal one, right? And probably I don't have the answer, otherwise there won't be any people in the informal sector. I think we really need to be very creative in terms of how can we engage them in some learning, so they can go into the formal sector. As I say, I don't have the solution right now, but we're starting the discussion on that. And one of the things about like this competition between the young and the older people, come think of it like a few decades ago, I would not have thought of having people around me that work as influencers. That's their job. So I think that probably right now, there are jobs that we still don't know we're going to be needing in the future. So I don't know, let's see what the future holds and brings for us. Like, all this technology is changing so much. So maybe that could be a creative way of trying to get more people into these new jobs that we don't even know still exist and we're going to need in the future. That would be basically my closing remark. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. And last but not least, Abhijit.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to what I've already said, but I think I think Sabine, I think Paul, Eduardo, I think your points about formalizing the informal sort of sector or workers in the informal economy to the formal economy is really, it's not so much about changing the nature of the industry, but it is about whether or not the same levels, I think, of social protection, you know, sort of pay-as-you-go pension systems, etc., can be made available. What sort of systems, right? Are they sort of largely a welfare state-provided, you know, sort of state-funded? You know, how do you start withdrawing contributions from workers, as informal workers, as salaries? I mean, that's very, very contentious, right? So one has to, I think that one through, I think, very, very carefully, particularly in countries where the size of the informal economy is so large, is very large. And I think the other point I think that's been made, I think, is very important, I think, for us to keep in mind, which is that we are talking about this as a voluntary participation in the economy, right? We are not nowhere, you know, sort of are we suggesting that, you know, workers must stay on, you know, sort of as, you know, engaged in work. This is for those who need to, and this is for those who can and want to, right? So I think that point is, I think, well taken, and sort of is the underlying, I think, principle that we are approaching with this. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Abhijit. And I think this brings us to a close. So can we give a big round of applause to our presenters and discussants.
Thank you very much, everyone, for active participation. And please feel free to take the coffee now. And I'll see you back at 11 a.m.
2번 채널입니다. 들리시나요? 2번입니다. 2번 채널 들리십니까? 2번 채널입니다. 2번 채널입니다. 들리십니까? 하나, 둘, 셋. 2번 채널 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, 감사합니다.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the
네, 기빈
symposium
여러분.
will resume shortly. We kindly ask that all the participants will proceed in the Maple Hall and take their seats to prepare for the next proceeding. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to invite all the participants of the symposium will take their seats, and we will proceed session 5 shortly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you to all the participants, and we're ready to begin session 5. This session will feature cases of multiple healthy aging centers and will be moderated by Ms. Elizabeth Wilkins, Technical Specialist for Demographic Resilience and Policy at the UNFPA. And joining her on the stage are presenters and discussants. So please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thanks so much, Amy, and good morning, everyone. I, again, am honoured to have a really outstanding panel of speakers today for this session, the 5th one on healthy ageing centres. And this will, build a bit on the previous session on engaging older people in the formal economy to think about how we engage them, socially through these healthy and active ageing centres, many of which UNFPA supports through our regional offices. So the structure will be fairly similar to before, although today in this session we have 4 presentations and 1 discussant. So we'll go through the presentations, have a brief moderated discussion, and then open up to the floor. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Tara Keck to the lectern. Professor Tara Keck is a professor in the Department of Neuroscience at University College London in the UK. And she'll talk about healthy aging centres in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
That's right.
Yeah,
yes.
Over to you.
Thanks. And thank you very much to UNFPA and the Korean Ministry of Data and Statistics for inviting me. I'm delighted to be talking about our work here today. As was said and came up yesterday, I'm a neuroscientist, and what we're really interested in my research is what are the risk factors for how brain health progresses throughout our lifespans, and what should we be doing at different phases in our lifespans to ensure that we age as well as possible given the things that are within our control. So when you tell somebody that you do this and that this is your research, you get asked a lot of questions typically, which is, what should I do to make sure that my brain is as healthy as possible? People have lots of ideas as to what that should be. And we'll just go through a couple of them here. So when we're thinking about aging-related diseases, so this can be a wide range of things, a lot of people are very concerned about cognitive decline and dementia. And what we know through a lot of research is that there's sort of two sets of things. About 55% or so, this depends on exactly who you talk to, is genetics and just aging. And so there's not a lot we can do about that. But what that does mean is that the other 45% is somewhat in our control. So these are lifestyle factors that influences how well we age, how fast we undertake cognitive decline, and our risk for diseases like dementia. So going through some of these, a lot of these will probably not be a surprise, but for example, we know that social isolation and loneliness is a high-risk factor, and we discussed some of that yesterday. The second one, which often people are less aware of, and I feel like is always an important thing to point out, is that hearing loss is actually the biggest avoidable risk factor for dementia. So if you are still at the age where you're going clubbing, please wear hearing protection, or any other situations where you are indeed at a risk of damaging your hearing. Education is something that is in effect early in life, although we've talked a lot about lifelong learning, and continuing lifelong learning can build cognitive resilience. Depression and other mental health issues. So if these remain untreated, largely in midlife, this can be a huge risk factor and is highly co-occurring with things like dementia. We have physical inactivity, so exercise is probably one of the most important things you can do to keep your cognitive decline at bay. And then a series of other things that are associated, so high blood pressure that's untreated, diabetes, and obesity. These all kind of come together. And what we're really saying is that there's large cardiovascular risk for aging-related diseases. And finally, along those lines, smoking. So what we're really starting to see is that a lot of aging-related diseases in the brain seem to be actually really related to the cardiovascular system. So if you want to age well, what you want to do is keep your cardiovascular system in shape. And so we can put these into, let's say, 4 different categories. We have exercise, we have diet, we have smoking, and we have keeping social engagement high. So just a quick poll of the audience. Who knows that smoking is not good for you and that it's probably not going to be great for your brain and your body? Everyone, probably. And who's aware of the fact that exercise is really good for you and that maybe you should be doing it? So, of course, in this room, we are all reasonably well-educated and reading a lot, aware of these types of things. So the first thing that we do have a challenge with some groups of older people is that they may not be aware of this as all of us are. But it's not just that. There's a second element to it. So a bunch of you put your hands up that you're aware that exercise is important. How many people exercise with high intensity 4 to 5 times a week for about an hour? A couple of hands, but fewer. So it's not just that we need to be aware and educated. Some of this is actually a behavioral thing. So how do we support behaviors that help reduce these risks? And one thing, getting at Olga's question from the last session, is that a lot of these risks, and so this is all described in a Lancet commission, a lot of these risks actually start to emerge in middle age. So you want to start sort of preventing all of these things happening from your 40s. And so a lot of this is really thinking about throughout this lifespan, how is it that we are able to support people so that when they get to aging, they have all of these, or they've minimized these risks as much as possible. And so one way to do this, and one thing that we've been working on, is these healthy aging centers. I'm going to talk about ones that work we've done together with Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I think that we're going to hear about them in Asia from Paul and Eduardo as well as in Georgia. And so just to give an overview, since I'm the first speaker, the ones in Bosnia and Herzegovina, so Bosnia and Herzegovina has an aging population. I think they're at about 22% over 65 now. And this is due to both a low birth rate and high levels of migration from Bosnia into Western Europe for economic purposes. And so what they have is they have a series of these centers across Sarajevo, Banja Luka, and the Republika Srpska. They were originally set up in partnership with the NGO in the Netherlands, Partnership for Public Health. And since they've been working together, and we're going to hear from Anna about some of these in Georgia, so there's been a lot of partnership across the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. And these are just day centers. They were originally set up by other people in the community, but now they're more or less run by the people who use them. And they have a whole series of activities that are driven by what older people want because they're engaged throughout. Exercise is the most relevant thing that we'll talk about more in a second. So the exercise classes are always completely booked out. During COVID, I think as an example, the centers obviously had to shut down because you couldn't bring a bunch of old people together. And they moved all the exercise sessions onto the television. So they found a public access center. They showed them for 3 weeks and stopped. And the television station said that they got more than 1,000 complaints the next morning when the exercise wasn't on, which was 10 times more complaints than they've ever received before. So people are very committed to these exercise classes. But they have all sorts of other social activities, art classes. They have technology classes because, as I said, a lot of people's children and grandchildren have moved abroad, so we know that they're learning technologies. And then they also have a very active ping pong group. Who is, actually that's a way that a lot of the members, as you can see in the photo here where there's a bunch of women doing art classes, a lot of the members are women, but there is, the ping pong group seems to actively engage men in the community. And so what we've done is we've worked together with UNFPA in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the centers to evaluate what the effects are of people attending them. And so you can read the details. This publication came out earlier this year. But what we've done is we've surveyed members of these healthy aging centers, and then we also have people who would like to join but haven't yet, and we've compared their behaviors. And what we found, as I said, exercise was the most important thing for a lot of people in these centers. And we can start with the second thing. So you can see that they're 15 minutes per day more active, and what we have here for people who are interested are the 95% confidence intervals. So this is people who attend the centers versus people who would like to join. So 15 minutes doesn't sound like that much time, but when we put this into something called a MET hour, so this is something that for those of you who are active many times a week, you might track METs. It's a very common way to think about exercise. And what it's taking is how long you're exercising sort of multiplied by how intensely you're exercising. Because if you're doing a walk, that's a little bit different than doing a run, which is a little bit different than doing a sprint. And so what we can see is that there's actually a lot more MET hours per week. And when we project this out, what we can see is that this exercise alone is associated with a 4-month extension of healthy lifespan for people who are over 65. So this is, later in life. And a 1.5 to 2 year delay in the onset of aging-related diseases. And in this instance, we've considered things like dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and cancers. The delay is longer for women than it is for men, and that we expect with the differences in lifespan. What we also found is that members were over 90% more likely to engage in regular social activities, which is almost by definition, they're going to a center where there are social activities. But this is really important for building community and keeping people engaged. As I mentioned yesterday, we see a decrease in loneliness in healthy aging centers, but not as much as we would think. Still 75% of people do report that they're feeling lonely. So these aren't solving all of our problems, but they are increasing the activity in a lot of areas that are important. And so the thing is, once these are set up, they're extremely cheap to run. So these are numbers from, I think, 2022, so they may have gone up a bit, but they take on the cost on the order of about 15 euros per person per year, because the space has been designated by the government, and they're more or less paying for activities. So they're incredibly cheap to run once they're set up, and have been a really big positive effect in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So to conclude, I just wanted to mention a few things about best practice, which I think we can be using to start the discussion. So the first thing is that we need to understand the needs of the population first. So different populations, different older populations might do more or less exercise, they might have more or less social engagement, they might have more or less issues with diet, things like that. And so it's important that we understand the needs and then also include the older people in designing what they want. And I think, as I said in the beginning, we have this issue of education potentially with some people. And so these centers can be used both for education and also for sort of encouraging these healthy behaviors. I think the other thing that we need to, that I think will be an important part of the discussion here is equal access. So the types of people who come out and join these centers are not going to represent everyone in the population. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, what they have done that's been quite successful, and I'll be interested to hear what's going on in Singapore and other parts of Southeast Asia, is that they've told doctors about them. So what we see is that a lot of older people go to their doctors, even when they're not all that unwell, because they want someone to talk to. So the doctors have started prescribing people going to the healthy aging centers. And so this is a way that some of the people in the communities have been redirected to the centers who might not have put themselves forward otherwise. The second thing is that while this was set up initially by other groups, the transition of the center being run by participating individuals has been really critical and really helped these sustain across different governments in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And finally, some of the challenge that they faced is that when they have been setting these up, you need to have a dedicated space. So in some communities, they tried to do it in sort of community centers that weren't always available to the older people. And it's really been key that there's these dedicated spaces, and that has been really important for the sustainability of them. And with that, I will finish up. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to discuss further.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Professor Keck. And now we'll turn to Eduardo Klein, who is Regional Director of the Asia Pacific Regional Office at Help Age International. So over to you, Eduardo. He'll be talking about healthy aging centers in the Asia Pacific region.
Thank you. My title has changed now. I'm not the regional director. I'm lead convener for East Asia and the Pacific, whatever that means. Anyway, I think this morning we had an extremely interesting talk from Dr. Kim, and he highlighted amongst the 4 pivots for reframing aging policies in Korea. The 4th one was community-based care and community-based systems. And he's in fact expressing something that is happening throughout the region in highly developed countries like Japan to lower development countries like Bangladesh or Laos, for example, which is the revaluing of the role of communities as the place where people's life establish the first connections to the external, to the world. And we have seen, and I'm going to talk a bit now, about how community-based organizations are becoming sort of a strategic component of aged societies, in the demographic configuration of aged societies. So if we move, let me see, and I'm talking about the experience we had in the region with advanced community-based organizations. When I say advanced, I'm not talking about traditional community-based organizations used in development for delivering water, delivering sanitation, delivering, or talking about specific women's rights in isolation. I'm talking about organizations that depart from reframing aging, from rethinking like the things that we have been talking, who is old and how issues like dependency, issues like vulnerability in old age can be rethought, and aging be considered in all the complexity it has. No? So we depart from reframing, rethinking aging, revaluing older people, and we move to innovations and evolve through different type of organizations. I remember that in 2005-06, we were still working on community-based organizations working with people infected and affected by HIV/AIDS. And those type of organizations were very much focused on the specific issue of HIV/AIDS, but they evolved gradually, and they became, you see on the right, multifunctional, participative, standardized, scalable, and sustainable organizations. And I'll explain a bit what that means. And we have worked, operated in different contexts in Asia, and the key thing is that they are being adopted as low-cost, community-driven innovations that provide space for multiple things. So if you see in this next slide, when we talk about healthy aging, we talk about all those things. But if you see the older people associations, the organizations, have different functions. So the life of a person in a community is not related only to, as I said, to water and sanitation, or it's not only related to income security, it's not only related to cultural activities, it's related to the totality of that. Yes, so these organizations express that totality. And for example, they innovate, they create new, they adapt to the circumstances. For example, with the increase of disasters, of extreme weather events, most of them are now working on disaster risk reduction, disaster prevention, preparing their communities for those events. But they are also acting in terms of mitigation in climate change. How you can say how older people in a community can can work in mitigation of climate change. Well, there is some formula using all the organic matter, burning it in processes called pyrolysis. They produce something called biochar that, if put under the ground, is sequestering CO2. And if that process is scaled up, which is being now scaled up in some countries, those communities can access also to carbon credits that can be an additional source of income. So if that is expanded, communities can have a healthy $80,000, $100,000 per year of carbon credit with work of the older people in the older people associations. But the key thing is that you see that the priorities in each community are set by the community themselves. They have income generation, they have cultural activities, they have healthy aging, they have daily exercise activities. If you go to those communities, they act very, they are very active and very, I would say, very sociable in those activities. For example, in Vietnam, which is where we initially started, in 2014, there were 60 of these associations, older people associations. Currently, there are over, they are called intergenerational self-help clubs. Why intergenerational? Because they take people who are over the age of 50, usually. 70% are women. As I said, there are now over 9,000, and they are officially approved, because in the conference that you were there, Sang-Yop, I think in 2016 in Hanoi, the government announced the Decree 1530 that supported the creation of this association. Since then, from 60 now there are 9,000, and the government just 2 months ago issued a new decree that they aim at having 12,000 by 2030, and by next year, 30,000 by 2030. And they want to cover every single community in the country with this type of associations. Each group has about 50 to 70 members, and they meet regularly. They have regular meetings, they have preventive health checkups, for example, and I have witnessed that, and that's fantastic. You see that every week, volunteers that are trained check the blood pressure of all all members that are there in the meetings. And they register those in books, handwritten, yeah? Very basic technology sometimes. But you can see the register of what is the blood pressure of this person now, 2 months ago, 1 year ago, 2 years ago. So, and that's something that is shared with the health workers. And sometimes this dissociation between the health system and the communities they can be linked because the health system sometimes stop at the district level, at the hospital, the health post, but the link with the communities is something that the communities are developing. How, for example, when a person needs a checkup, a medical checkup, they don't wait necessarily for the health worker to come. Sometimes they go in the motorbike and pick the health worker, pick them up, and bring them to community on agreed dates. So they are active, they are engaged themselves in ensuring that the state fulfills its obligations. Home care, for example, that was one of the activities that was promoted and supported and incentivized initially by Mr. Cho, by HelpAge Korea. I don't know if Mr. Cho is around here. Oh, there he is. HelpAge Korea had a program promoting volunteer home care services in ASEAN. That was an 11-year program funded, supported by COICA, I believe, by HelpAge Korea. But this program evolved. So these clubs in Vietnam are the largest home care providers now in the country today. And they will continue expanding. That means that the volunteers are trained in providing home care, basics of home care. There is a strong focus on gender equity, no? So if you see here, this experience in Vietnam is being replicated in other countries in the region. So Cambodia, for example, is picking them up, how they send not only government officials, but also all the people themselves to train in Vietnam, to see, to touch, to smell, to see how they work. And then they are reproducing in all those countries that you see in the list, no? But somebody said, oh, you can do that because the Vietnamese are the Vietnamese. They are hyperactive by nature, no? But that's not necessarily the case. It is being done in Bangladesh, for example, but they adapt that to the context. So, for example, when they have the monthly meetings, men meet on this side, women on this side, but they both discuss and are part of the association. In Vietnam, they are all mixed, no, that's no problem. The priority of the activities is defined by the communities themselves. It's very participative. I know you're signaling me time. Oh, okay. Okay. So there have been multiple evaluations, and I think there is not one single indicator that is negative of this in terms of social connections, in terms of happiness expressed, in terms of income generated, because they have income generating activities, they have microcredit. The investment calculated for each of these community-based organizations is around the equivalent to $5,000 US. But with that, through 2 years of coaching, of support, these organizations have are demonstrated durable, sustainable, scalable. So the experience in Vietnam, for example, is that some of these communities, they became sustainable, but they grew too much. So they split, and they have 2 or 3 in one village, one community, no? So if we look, and I want to finish with this, if we look ahead, no, look into the future, to the ministry of the future, like Dr. Kim was suggesting, the key question is not to have these good experiences, like in one village, in one community, in 2, 3 pilot projects. We need to scale up, become that part of the configuration of aging societies. And the question is how. And I think it's it's a mix of training, of persuading government officials, and it's to support. It's a matter of also getting older people see the potential after they are empowered, no? And you need to also develop first. You need to develop standardized systems. If you want to scale nationwide, you need systems for linking with the health systems, for example. Know how the health systems can collect data on the data that is available at community levels. How can they act accordingly? No? You need to include that, of course, in other countries as part of the long-term strategies, as the part of the base of the continuum of a long-term strategy. And yeah, you need to ensure gender-responsive design and inclusive participation. That is the experience that I wanted to share now, and I think it grounds all the discussions on aging at the concrete action level, at community levels. For us, it has been a good experience. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Eduardo. Fascinating, and thanks for emphasizing, the multi-dimensional, holistic approach to these community-based centers. Our next presenter will actually be online, Professor Leng Thang. She's from the National University of Singapore. Can we put her on the screen with the slides? Are you there, Professor Thang?
Hi, I'm here.
Oh,
can you hear me?
We can hear you, we can see you. Can we see the slides at the same time?
Can you see the slides?
We're just working on
the
it.
slides on, or do you want me to share them?
Now we can. No, that's perfect. So let me introduce you. Professor Thang is Associate Professor at the National University of Singapore, and she's going to talk about healthy aging centres in that country. Over to you, Professor Thang. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I see the slides?
We can. We can see you and the slides.
Oh, but I cannot see the slides on the... I cannot see the slides from my angle. Is that because... Yes, okay. That's good.
Yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm sorry that I couldn't join on site. I'm actually doing my sabbatical in Japan now. I'm from Japanese Studies in NUS, and I actually work as a more of like a Japan anthropologist along with my research on Singapore. So I've been also thinking a lot about this healthy aging centers in Japan as well. But today, in this short presentation, I'll just look at Singapore, and I'd like to give some ground examples. And I'm sure my colleague, Dr. Paul Ong, will be able to provide a lot more depth and conceptual ideas as well. Okay, so next, so when we talk about healthy aging, in Singapore, we have national initiative to enhance health and well-being for older adults with this two-pronged approach first, and they really complement each other. So the Healthier SG focus on integrated preventive and person-centered care, and then the Age Well SG is focusing on community support and social connections. So they synergize well, I think. And for example, there'll be setting up of community health posts in AAC. That's what I call active aging centers, and also providing care and having talks on preventive health and so forth at AACs. Okay, next. Yeah, so active aging centers in Singapore. This whole this whole HWell SG started from 2023. So, it started by saying that we want to increase from 154 to 220 centers by this year, which they have more or less done. The increase So this 154 are not like centers that are entirely new. I mean, we do, before activating centers, we have senior activity centers in which we focus on older people who are in the maybe lower income areas and so forth. So it's like a target kind of centers for a target group of older people in the community. So by increasing to 220, and it's really talking about covering all, as wide a spectrum of seniors as possible, including those who are in the middle income bracket and so forth. So it serves as a key community node to engage services, the seniors in the services, because they are all available sometimes on the first floor. We call the void spaces in the apartments, the public housing, and really just near with walking distance. And also the center has this, one of the main objectives is to be community befrienders, using the staff and volunteers to go out to the community where they are serving, because the government will give funding for each center, and each center would have a boundary that they will serve the seniors there. So they will all go and knock on each door of seniors to engage them and to invite them to come down for activities. And there are, depending on each kind of the center's arrangement, they would conceive of a wide range of activities. Exercise programs is very important, and also community meals and so forth. So here you can see the weekly calendar of a center, and then you can also see this interesting thing, exercise of K-pop exercise and so forth. So having innovative ideas to try to engage older people as much as possible. Okay, and yes, it's also in a way it's also really much of a part of social prescription, where increasingly the GP, the doctors that they go to in the community, would also encourage them to go to such centers for exercise and social engagements. The next slide. Okay, so although the centers are doing, it's really in the talk. Every day you see in the newspaper, there are always, a lot of reports about what some centers are doing in terms of their innovative efforts. And in 2021, before the centers, this AAC revamp came on, 17,000 seniors are said to be engaged in senior activity centers. But by 2023, 2 years later, the government reported like 80,000 seniors are involved and are joining the centers. So we'll be seeing much more people finding it a possible outlet for them to go and have exercises and have bonding with others. Some of the challenges and efforts, I think the AAC model is still emerging, so there's a need to really balance the broad outreach versus the depth. So sometimes, because the center is so small, some centers will say, okay, although you want to come every day, I can't, have enough space for you to come every day, so you have to come only once a week or twice a week for exercises. So there's always possibility that people can't engage as part of their normal daily activities as much as they want. And also there is the new regulation is that all AACs should really integrate, to have multi-agency efforts and work with multiple partners for programs and so forth, and that's great. So, but you really also need to see how you could effectively integrate that, so that it's really benefiting the seniors on the ground. And one of the other role of the center is to encourage volunteering, especially among the baby boomers, who many of them in their 60s or early 70s are still healthy and active. So how to empower them is always a great, things that we need to learn because, especially in Singapore, I think older adults are really so used to being served, and they instead of coming out and be empowered to be the one that take the lead. So I think there should be some kind of changes that we should move on to provide more opportunities and to encourage more of them to really empower them to go to become very active volunteers. And we do another concern we have for AACs or any active, aging centers are always that there are a lot more males than female. And I think the previous speakers have given good ideas as well. But how do we encourage more male participation has been in the talk. And we have seen, interesting things. For example, in the pictures here, one of it is the training in carpentry. Some AACs really have active, programs focusing on carpentry. So a lot of males will be joining or focusing on baristas, and some work skills related kind of activities that would be more attractive to them. And the one below, it's I think the senior setting up a guitar class, and that's like guitar group that's in fact only for seniors, older men here. And so the need to achieve a vibrant community that integrate age, that means it should not just be for older people, but how could it be more intergenerational, integrating the specificities of different races, because in Singapore we do have Chinese, Malay, Indians, and other races joining in the same activities, and then class differences instead of class in class stratification. So I think moving on, really the keyword should be more innovative and also be borderless in terms of age and class differences. Next. Yeah, so this is just an example of a very recent effort by an active aging center that they start to revamp the a van into a AAC on wheels to serve the private housing estate in Singapore. So this is quite Singapore specific kind of feature in where a lot of services, in fact, would focus on the lower income, the public housing estates, and sometimes the middle class or those who are living in landed housing may feel that they are left out, or they also don't feel comfortable to join in. So this is one effort to engage them, because social isolation doesn't it's not class specific, right? Anybody can feel socially isolated. And loneliness, it's also a very serious problem wherever you are, whether you're living in a low-income public flat or you're living in a big landed housing, because a lot of the people, older people in the landed housing also feel that they do have a house that's worth a lot, but they don't have, they also feel malnourished, even in their own pension or income, as well as in social connections. And the other slides, the other picture is intergenerational activities in an active aging centers. I do volunteer with community service organizations in Singapore, and together my two centers have like about 20 over active aging centers. In fact, I just want to end with saying that active aging centers, so before that it's called senior activity centers, and before senior activity centers in Singapore, it's actually called neighborhood link centers. So I sometimes feel that, well, maybe the original way of calling such community centers could be maybe more appropriate in time to come if we want to engage really across generations in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Professor Tang. That was excellent, and links very nicely onto our next presenter, which is also from Singapore. Professor Ong will talk about scaling up these centres at the community level. So He's just going to take the floor now. Professor Ong is a Chief Executive Officer and Chief Strategy Officer at the Seoul Foundation in Singapore. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can I have the slides, please? So I think my presentation, I think, follows on probably quite nicely from Eduardo's and then also from Professor Tang's. Well, what I'm going to do actually is expand, I think, on what Professor Tang had been articulating in terms of the active aging centers in Singapore, but also I think demonstrating, I think, a particular idea in Singapore about how these community-based organizations sort of approach that Eduardo was talking about in terms of the help age models is actually brought to life in Singapore, in the high-income country. Now, one of the really interesting aspects of, if you like, the long-term care system in Singapore is that it is actually principally in the hands of civil society organizations, or what we call service sector agencies, which in any other country we would call charities. It's part of the government's sort of many helping hands approach, the idea that you would harness civil society actually to support, and I think this is the key thing, aging in place, but I think even more importantly than aging in place, aging in the right place. So Singapore, as of 2026, is going to become a super aged society. That is to say, actually, that 1 in 4 Singaporeans, or rather more than 21% essentially of our Singaporeans are going to be over the age of 65. Now, what's really interesting is that you tend to think of Singapore essentially as like one giant city. It is one giant city, but actually what this slide from the Agency of Integrated Care in Singapore actually illustrates is that even within a country like Singapore, I mean, the rate of aging actually in different parts of the country actually are quite different. The parts that are in green, the northern part of the island, tend to contain actually many more of our newer towns or newer suburbs, whereas the core areas that you see in, maybe there's no laser pointer here. The core areas that basically you see in the center and in the south, where there's more red and oranges are actually, more of the older public housing estates and towns actually that have existed in Singapore for a very long time. And the Seoul Foundation itself has one of its principal bases actually in the, if you like, in the middle right-hand corner, where currently the projected population of people over the age of 65 is 20.9%. So I will focus basically on this particular region as an example actually of how the active aging centers and the other services provided actually by all these other civil society organizations, charities or social service sectors come together to manage a very specific population within Singapore. Now, there's a couple of things. I realize that this session is called Healthy Aging. I think it's really important in the context of an organization like the Seoul Foundation that we think that it's not just a gap between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy that is important. Actually, perhaps more critically for many of our seniors, it is actually the gap between an active life expectancy and your life expectancy that is actually the critical issue. Because what I think in Singapore we're arriving at is a realization that is not just purely an emphasis on health span, that is the critical determinant actually of quality of life for the seniors in your country. Is actually this concept of active span is also really, really important because people continue, like my father was an example, to have active full lives despite the fact that they're beyond having full health. So this is something that we need to think about when building a continuum of care or a continuum of support services, to support actually aging in the right place. Now, what the Agency of Integrated Care and the Ministry of Health has done in Singapore is to then carve up Singapore into 85 zones. In each of these zones are meant to contain anywhere between 8,000 to 16,000 seniors. So So this is one of the zones that the Seoul Foundation works in. You can see that the Agency of Integrated Care has done some basic groundwork and determined that this area of which there are about 9 social sector agencies or 9 civil society organizations, charities active, are called to manage 12,250 older people, right? And what we know actually of the frailty profile, essentially, of the seniors in this particular zone of our older people in this particular zone of ours is that they have a higher than national average actually of frailty, but a lower than national average actually of people who are severely frail. And a lower than national average actually of people who are robust. But this is also a particularly old zone in Singapore as well. So the challenge actually in terms of setting up the active aging centers and setting up this continuum, of care within this area is, how would you increase, for the next generation actually of older people, the numbers actually, who remain robust, decrease perhaps the levels of frailty and continue actually, to maintain the relatively lower proportions actually of people who are severely frail. Now, one of the ways in which we do this in this particular zone that we work in is to apply a population health approach, which is a very fancy word for saying, get out there, understand the health status and the risk of these 12,250 seniors, so that collectively all these civil society organizations can make some informed guesses actually about the services, context, living conditions, and therefore the kinds of coordination that's actually needed between all these partners. So these 85 zones are therefore now named in Singapore, the integrated community care provider zones, right? So the idea is that the many helping hands, all of you come to work together to expand on what Professor Tang just talked about. Already in our zone, the Active Aging Center that belongs to one CSO is beginning not to operate in a silo, right? So we're beginning to do a lot of joint programming together. And the idea is that then one civil society organization does not have to duplicate the programs that somebody else is running. And that all of you basically become one giant active aging center, and you can actually say, oh, okay, Mrs. So-and-so, maybe you should go to that center actually over there that's run by the National Trade Union Congress for this activity or that activity. But by the way, Mr. So-and-so from another part essentially of this town called Whampoa, perhaps you should go to the Sal Foundation programs because they have these particular strength training exercises that would actually benefit you, kind of that way of working. So one of the approaches, for example, that the Sal Foundation has, and to be honest with you, I mean, all over Singapore, different methods for trying to achieve the same thing, is that we have a biopsychosocial population health screener. So Professor Tang talked about the door knocking, right? And it is the intention, the Ministry of Health has set the task actually of civil society organizations to door knock essentially on every one of these 12,250 seniors, along with a national program called the Silver Generation Ambassadors, right? So the Silver Generation Office also does that. There's some entertaining stories about these approaches, cutting across some of the other sessions, and things that we heard about. For example, my mother was door knocked. My mother threw the person out thinking it was a scam. So it took a lot of persuading for me to convince my mother that it was not a scam. And then my mother let this person, was still reluctant to let this person in. And then this person basically said to my mom, well, if you don't let me in, my performance, plan, my key performance index will not be met. It's like, and I won't be fully certified. My mother was like, oh, all right, come in and have some tea then, and we'll do. So maybe it was a very clever strategy to get in. I don't know. But in this particular screen, I won't go into all the details anyway. We worked on this approach for nearly 10 years, and we've arrived actually at a validation. It's a validated process. Now twice published actually in international journals, including BMC Geriatrics. And what we do know is that it roughly describes 6 levels essentially of risk. So you get a score, 7 levels actually from 0 to 6. And we know that people roughly, when you complete this 37 questionnaire, if you get, if your total score is sort of 0 and 1, you're considered low risk. 2 to 3, you're sort of middle risk, and then 4 to 6, you're considered high risk. And we've done a whole bunch of work actually to correlate this against self-reported general health, service utilization, cognitive impairment, risk of falls, and so on. the relevance of this is that it allows you to generate this, something like this. This is a representative profile, actually, of those 12,250 seniors in the zone that we work in. Obviously, we don't survey all 12,250. It's a representative sample. We know of about 2006. But what we now know, having worked in this area for about 10 years, is that you have about 15, somewhere between 13 to 15%, of the older people in this area scoring, 4 to 6, after they've had this risk screening deployed to them, either in clinic or through these befrienders, buddies who knock on their door. And by complex, what we mean is that these people usually need combinations of things. They would have bio and psycho, or biopsycho, or bio and social risk, or psychos and social risk, but they're complex ages, let's put it this way. These are people actually who, generally speaking, actually, in terms of the system in Singapore, they need a comprehensive assessment, right? Identifiably, so we know about 15, anywhere between 13 to 15% essentially of these seniors, need a comprehensive assessment. So it gives us an inroad into better understanding, WHO's approach, of the one care assessment, one care plan thing. When do you actually enter into the system to do this? So we know, okay, this 15%, you definitely need to start this process of having this comprehensive assessment, and then all of these. Civil society organizations working together, let's have this one care plan and share it and work across, hold this care plan and work across this care plan and monitor this person every 6 months. So this is the intention, essentially, of this ICCP, Integrated Community Care Provider Network system, of which, as I said, there are 85 zones. And so each zone, just to repeat again, has 8,000 to 16,000 seniors, and this is Singapore's way of creating this integrated continuum, of care. The other thing that it gives us, this population health approach, is an actual handle on how you do preventative work in the community. Because what we also know here is that generally, if your score is 3 and below, these are community dwellers, people with not so many problems, let's put it this way. They're quite normal people who look like my mother, right? Who have fairly normal lives in the community and have a few problems here and there. But what we now know is that when they switch over from becoming, relatively sort of a community dwelling to developing into a complex ages, so you're moving from a category 3 to a 4, their risk of depression, basically, the odds ratio goes up by 4 times. So this is actually quite interesting. What it argues, therefore, is that there's actually a whole bunch of mental health interventions that probably do need to be delivered in community. Some of it through, the active aging centers, but I'll take you through the totality of the continuum. But also, the senior care centers or the daycare centers are probably also vital places for this, as well as what Professor Tang presented as well. The sort of in-community approach, that active van that she showed you, where the services are brought into the community. The Sound Foundation does the same as well. We take these activities into the blocks, into the apartment blocks, into the lobby level, essentially, of these apartment blocks, so that people can actually, be physically engaged as a community, in these activities. Social health actually shows, when your status shifts from a 2 to a 3, actually, there's a 4-time increase, actually, a 4-fold increase, actually, in loneliness and social isolation. And we're trying to work out why, but that's the point. You pick up the risks, you have a better understanding, essentially, of the health status of people. It gives you not only an opportunity to engage in those with frailty and that need the sort of long-term care, putting it into a system like the one that Eduardo talked about in the HelpAge system, but it also then begins to make sense, essentially, of what we mean by preventative approaches. So this is what the Agency of Integrated Care has asked these civil society organizations to do. Some of us have active aging centers, some of us have senior care centers, daycare centers. Then there are all these personal care things for so basically assisted living activities, housekeeping help, home rehabilitation. So different civil society organizations run different aspects of these services. And the first experience that the Agency of Integrated Care is asking all these civil society organizations to do is take these collections of services that you run, put them together into a continuum, basically, and work together on this so that there's a common senior experience, a standardized care assessment, and a shared care plan. Beyond this, a lot of the data that is being generated essentially out of this system as well is meant actually also to help with something like this. This is a very complicated diagram, but actually what it is supposed to illustrate is the point that I made earlier, that healthy aging is not a simple binary thing. You're not just healthy today and then sick tomorrow. One of the things that Seoul Foundation Singapore is sort of working on is in describing actually a continuum of wellness or not so well states, if you like. And then the Agency of Integrated Care is then describing these different archetypes, essentially, of older people at different levels of frailty, from being well to mildly frail to having cognitive complexities, or those who have a combination of cognitive and behavioral complexities, to those actually who have total dependency. And what you're seeing here is actually the question, mapped below is the risk stratification strategy that I was talking about a little bit earlier. How do all of us, civil society organizations, work together to put together comprehensive packages of care with the shared care plan, with one care assessment, basically to manage these different people with these different types of archetypes? And then each zone, as I said, it has between 8,000 to 16,000 people. There are 85 zones, and the idea here is that if the system works well, then maybe no older person will slip through the cracks. And you would also, at the same time, have described, I think, a comprehensive long-term care system that actually deals with everyone from the healthy end, with the active aging centers, all the way to all these home therapy, home health things. So it is, I think, a very bold experiment, that's being undertaken in Singapore to try to really support this notion of let's keep people out of hospitals and residential homes, help them to age as well as is possible in place, but more importantly, to age in the right place wherever possible, with the help, essentially, of civil society organizations integrated into the entire care ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ong, and I think that's very interesting how you've basically built up into a national system those individual centres that Professor Tang had talked about integrating, across the zones. Very nice. So now we have our one discussant, and it's really an honour to introduce Miss Anna Nikolashvili. She has a very unique experience. She's actually a club manager working in one of these healthy and active aging centres in Georgia, Tbilisi, 60+ Club, I think it's called. And if you could, first, as the other discussants have done, reflect on the presentations we've just heard, but also if you could talk about your own experience working there, similarities and differences with what we've heard, that would be fantastic. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this symposium for having me here. It's a really big honor to be among you. As Elizabeth mentioned, I'm a club manager of the 60+ Club for Healthy and Active Aging in Tbilisi, Georgia. And it's based on the model that was created in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and how these clubs started to exist in Georgia, and Tara mentioned that mainly they are run by the older members of the clubs, but I want to assure you I did not really undergo any plastic surgery. First of all, reflecting what I've heard during our 5th session, and not only, but what I'm hearing through these 2 days is that I found that the Georgian experience is very young still, because I was just looking at the numbers, and it's approximately hundreds of clubs in the countries and 500,000 people involved in it, and we are just recently became 5. And we cover just 300 people. So I'm really impressed with that. But there is, I think it's always good to go at the beginning, because you've been working on this subject for years. But it's always good to look back, and probably the experience I've got will be somehow important for you to hear it again, because I think that to be honest, it's been all numbers and statistics for me, and the high tech. But I want to mention Mrs. Sadana, who said that let's rethink about what is human and humanity, and I want to bring you back to that subject, that it's more about persons and human being, one human being, and to be more precise, probably we've mentioned that we've gone through some philosophical approach to the subject, some scientific approach, and probably I bring up some we can call it spiritual, I don't know, subject to this point, because one of the objectives of the clubs, which is to serve as a source of renewal of energy. And energy for me is something what I call spiritual, because energy is what we exchange, and what seems very important for me to be shared among people. That's, I guess, I can't make it scientifically proved, but I'm sure that that's what brings elder people also some new energy, new hopes, and even the healing process, and it's all connected to the energy. And this is what I'm honored to share with our club members. And therefore, I want to raise the subject of bringing up the youngest volunteers to this issue, which we do a lot in Georgia. For example, I can just later on, I can, if there will be an interest, speak about the specific projects. But what, for example, what Tara mentioned about starting rethinking the age from the as earlier stage of our life as possible. And I think that it's not 30s or 20s, but it can be done even earlier for bringing up the children and teenagers to this subject. Because, for example, when there is lots of programs about and support for children worldwide and on various subjects, because we all gone through the childhood, and we know what's the childhood, and we know how to support support them. But regarding aging and regarding our future, because we never undergone this experience, somehow we are not ready and we postpone thinking about aging further and further in our life. And I think that it's most important somehow to bring this subject as not in a kind of scientific or something scaring to the youngest, but as a the course of life as a normal thing, because I think that it would be very helpful for the next generations to be prepared for the age and never be afraid and never thinking am I 60 or 70 or will I be, what is worse, to become 16 years old or 80 years old or whatever. For example, like wearing the headphones this is probably one of the issues that it's a hearing loss problem that then brings up so many diseases. Then later on we have to find ways to cure and help those people with so many diseases that this just one act brings up. So if I don't know, in the schools we just promote this subject so that will help the healthy aging in the future and etc. So my reflection has gone and probably in other way, but it's how it is. And I wonder what is the experience, for example, with, if you know and you are aware about the Singapore or Taiwan with so many clubs, bringing up the youngest generation to this process of helping people for healthy aging. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That's great, and linking to the intergenerational dimension, exposing younger people to these, to aging and aging centres to make it less scary. Maybe, I don't know if any of the presenters want to answer Anna's question about if you have experience in your own regions, your own case studies of the same sort of intergenerational dimension, or if that's something you're still working on, and then we can open up to the floor for any questions.
Can I go first?
Oh yes, please, over to you. Yeah, yeah, great. If you can join, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Professor
so
Tang.
intergenerational engagements I think has been important, and especially in the centers that I work with. For example, recently in my university, National University of Singapore, we started a credit-bearing course called Intergenerational Bonding, where we get students we invite the residents nearby, and they are from mainly from the active aging centers, and they will come and to the school, to the university, and then have lessons together with the students, as well as thinking together in terms of what kind of intergenerational programs in the community would be useful. What kind of intergenerational programs would be useful for the community. So this is probably in our third run now, and we have been receiving very good feedback because it really helped the seniors to bond with the students and also get to understand about the students, what young people think about. And for young people, it was more of in most of the programs that I am involved with, intergenerational, activities in the community, we found that because of these opportunities, young people got more interested with their own grandparents because they realized that they actually don't know much about their own grandparents, and that helped to promote their own intergenerational ties in the family as well. And also besides that, I think a lot of the AACs in Singapore and the senior care centers as well. They do have periodic activities with visits from the schools nearby or visits from the university students, especially when they are trying to work on some projects relating to aging. In our school system, we have this. We expect students to go out to do some projects in the community, and they quite often they would choose projects relating to connecting with older adults as well. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add on that dimension, or we open up. Okay. Yes, please, Sang-hyuk Lee. Could we get a microphone? Or if actually you can take this one. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Okay.
So I just want to echo what actually panelists said, and all participants here, including myself, is a big advocate of healthy aging and active aging, right? And then, and yesterday, everybody probably agreed that what Stuart said, we should get rid of this dependency. But there is one thing which bothers me a lot for the last 20 years. If you look at people live longer and healthier. But if you look at the duration of illness or this unhealthy life expectancy, it's increasing much more rapidly than the healthy life expectancy in every country, right? So in some countries it's so rapid. So that means actually people, the duration of sickness, illness will increase. So I mean, even though the student said that we should get rid of this aging tsunami, according to all our simulations, actually, if we don't reduce this duration of illness, it can be a tsunami. So I have to confess, actually, because I did a lot of simulation, a lot of reform, a lot of increase in retirement age. That does not actually capture the speed of aging, to be honest with you. So that's the main point. I mean, why? I mean, you said Tara, you said actually, this exercise increased the healthy life expectancy by 4 months. Does it actually reduce this duration of sickness or unhealthy? So I don't want to live longer, really. I want to live healthier given my life expectancy. That's all. That's the whole comment. Because everybody is so we are, including myself, is kind of, very optimistic, This is not a tsunami. But unless the humankind reduce this duration of sickness, I mean, it could be some problem. Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Please, maybe somebody could take the microphone to the next question. Does anyone else have any questions, comments on the presentations?
I think it's Olga, UNFPA Belarus. Thank you very much for all the presentations. And actually, while we also think that intergenerational solidarity and dialogue is very important, and Belarus is working in this area, engaging younger populations in such activities as, for example, quizzes and joint intellectual context that actually unites generations together. We at the same time have something similar to the network of acting aging centers within the social support systems. And we have one issue with this, and this is related to gender dimension. I could see from the Singapore presentation that in the pictures there are a lot of male participants of all the activities. In Belarus, males are not participating. They are not active. They live much less than women, 11 years shorter than women, and they're not coming to this analog of health aging centers, or their participations in all the activities is very limited. And my question is probably to Anna and Tara. Were there any, what are actually the share of participation of male in the healthy aging centers, and how do you motivate them to come? And the question to the colleagues from Singapore is also, was I correct seeing that the male participation is sufficient in all these activities, or they're also not very much engaged, not as women? So yeah, please help us to motivate male population to join healthy aging and live longer.
Many thanks, Olga. So perhaps I pass to Tara first on that. Well, we had the observation from Sang-Hyep Lee, and then the question on how to increase males' participation in these centers.
Yes, so I think to address this, we were looking at healthy lifespan. So because the first study we did isn't longitudinal, we can't say exactly, but this was just based off projections from other models. Related to, but I do agree. If you're just extending everything, I mean, we think that we're delaying disease, or we're projecting that we're delaying disease, which would then, in theory, reduce the distance between active or healthy lifespan and total lifespan. In terms of engagement, I think that the healthy aging centers in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it depends on the center, but on average, I think they're between 65 and 75% women, so you do still see the same bias. As I said, ping pong is one thing that in the biggest center that has, I think, 2,000 or 3,000 members in Sarajevo, that was started by a group of men, and then they recruited more men. So I think the real key thing that they've done in Bosnia and Herzegovina is by engaging by having it be community-led and led by the people who are participating, they're then developing the activities that they want. So I think that's similar to what Eduardo was saying. It is really needs to be driven by the people who are attending. And I think that the way that they got the first men in was that it was the spouses of a couple of the women were sort of dragged along. And so then from there they were sort of saying, okay, well, we want to do these activities, and the centers were able to facilitate that. I think they also have a very active chess group that's predominantly male. And I think that came from another center that existed in Sarajevo, and there was that they sort of absorbed a second center. So that's how they've managed to do it. But I really do think it's the engagement and participation, that everything is done in partnership with the people that they're serving. And so when it's led by them, they're much more likely to come to these activities.
Very interesting, Tara. Maybe Anna, you have something to add, and then Professor Tang, and then if anyone else.
Regarding men's involvement in the club, we are running mainly three activities in our club. It's an art lessons, singing, and physical training, and mainly the men attend the singing class. There are one or two for artistic work, but men, they just come for the singing, and the percentage is 2 or 3. Yes, we also have less. And still speaking about the intergeneration programs that we did, for example, it's an issue for us also, yes, and probably the solution is to somehow find an activity like ping pong, which men would be engaged more, or chess, or whatever, to bring their interest, and then to share the other experiences with them also. So we had this project in another city, in Kutaisi, the 6+ Club, together with the Youth Empowerment Project run by UNFPA also, and they made a performance together with the local drama school young people, and they made Eduardo De Filippo's play Fear Number 1, and it was a really great experience regarding the intergenerational subject, and unfortunately, or I don't know, because it's the comedy, it could bear it. All the male roles were played by women. So on the one hand, it was of course a pity that they had to do that, but on the other hand, they enjoyed it a lot, and especially it was very much inspiring for the young generation to find out how playful, how interested, and how dedicated these elder members of the clubs were to the absolutely new experience that they had to undertake. And they played in a huge state drama theater, and they went on a tour also, yes, without men in this case.
So adapting to the situation without men and the types of activities being important. Do you have anything to add to that, Professor Tang? Or you're really big on our screen, so you're just...
Yeah, I realized. Okay, the fact that there are a lot more publicity on male joining the AACs is precisely because there are less male. And so I think women participation is about 20-80, so you have like maybe 80% of female and 20% of male also in activities in AAC. So that's why we see that in the recent months there's actually a lot more publicity, media publicity, when there are centers that offer programs and was able to attract men. So it's really about how do you think, how do you empower men to think about what they want? And in Singapore's case, we kind of, some centers will have activities only for men. So this is men's group, like the guitar ensemble only for men, and then, ping pong and others. Of course, you would have more men and also some women joining in. In fact, as I say, I'm in Japan now, so I'm visiting quite a few of those services and activities to understand about the activities for older adults in Japan. And last week I came across this. I went to visit this day service center. So it's actually more like a daycare center, but it's called Las Vegas Daycare Center. So when you go inside, it looks like you go into some club that has slot machines, that has mahjong tables, that has karaoke. So in this sense, this is like a private, non-profit or business run that are able to accept older people with using the long-term care insurance payment. And they have already opened 21 centers. They're going to open one more next year. And it's interesting that 70% of the users are actually male. So it shows perhaps the kind of activities and how do we really cater to male participation along the lines of what they want. Of course, this Las Vegas is like really extreme centers, but it shows how catering to what they want and what they enjoy would probably be an important factor for engaging more male in centers. Thank you.
No, thanks to you. And that seems to be the common thread across all these different contexts, the types of activities, catering them to the demand is important. I'm conscious of the time, so I think just ask if anyone else has any other questions, and if not, ask each of the speakers to provide some closing remarks, and feel free, in that to answer that question, and also maybe to reflect on some of the recommendations you might have for UNFPA or for other partners, organizations, government, to what actions would you recommend to them to improve and advance these centers even further. So let's go along, and also feel free to answer the questions we've had in that response. Tara, please.
Yeah, so I guess I would just summarize and say I think what we're all saying here is that what these centers are meant to do is build community. And I think getting at what Sabina said earlier, that's going to vary depending on the country. In a country like Bosnia and Herzegovina, where there is large outward migration, intergenerational is going to look different than in Singapore, where there's less of that. And so I think that some of this is really about how do we build communities for people throughout the lifespan, but that's really benefiting people as they age. in a way with dignity. And I think that the key things that we've seen is very much that this is all driven by the people who will use the centers and in equal partnership with them. So it's creating things together with them so that they're building the community that they want. And I think that's really at the heart of what these centers are.
Thanks, Tara. Edward.
Thank you. I think the key of success for these organizations is that they are community-driven, they are participative, they engage older men and older women, but not only older men and older women, but other people in the community, and also governments. And the other point I want to highlight is that we are talking about advanced community-based organizations. Sometimes there are community-based organizations that will gradually or can evolve. For example, in China, I asked in China a few weeks ago, how many older people associations are there in China? And they sent me the document and said 594,238. But those emerged after the Vienna International Plan, Vienna World Assembly on Aging in 1982. At that time, China was very engaged with, as it has maintained its engagement. And one of the recommendations of the Vienna Action Plan of Action on Aging was to create these community-based organizations. So China went along and they developed by their own initiative as well. But these clubs, and I visit many of them, they are community organizations, but they are not multifunctional. They are sort of recreational clubs for people who are retired. They play mahjong, board games, ping pong, you know, that type of, or they participate in different cultural activities, no? But what we are talking about, and that's what I was telling to the Chinese friends, is that they can refunctionalize these communities, and they started doing that in Xi'an province. And this became more active in the home care field, for example, in the care strategies. They became also more active in income-generating activities. So the points I want to highlight is we're talking about participative, we're talking about multifunctional organizations, because life is multifunctional, and we are talking about the governments engaging in this support in the refunctionalization or the expansion of these organizations. I mentioned that each organization, and I'll finish with this, required, for example, in Southeast Asia, in the experience we have, or in Bangladesh, about $5,000 per community of investment in 2-3 years, yes? Now, if you want 10,000 of this, you need to invest $50 million in 2-3 years, so about $15 million per year. But then you're benefiting, you're empowering 700,000 people. And we need to start thinking of those numbers in terms of engaging the ministries of finance, social affairs, the local governments, and especially the older people themselves, not older, the communities themselves. So that is the challenge and the possibility.
Thanks, Eduardo. And Dr. Ong, any closing remarks, final reflections, recommendations?
So I think one of the things that's quite interesting is that when I think about one of our key initiatives, this cafe that we actually run, the community cafe, it has an inside part and an outside part. The inside part is a cafe, but it also has cookery facilities, and it's where, you know, our Active Aging Center also runs a lot of its arts and crafts activities as well. Now, what's interesting is that over the last 2 years, what I've observed is that the inside part is all women, the outside part is all men, and the men are usually sitting around drinking coffee, tea, reading the newspapers. We have tried to invite the men in, and the men were like, no, we don't do gossiping or cookery lessons, leave us alone, you know, out here. the one thing that does bring the two groups together, to go back to what Professor Tang was talking about, are the mahjong sessions. And suddenly you see the men take an interest actually in wanting to participate more in these activities. Just a related thing, what we have begun to realize is that the social seeking health and help-seeking behavior and social-seeking behaviors of men are very different from women. And there's just one story of a client that we looked after who became very socially isolated at home because he had major surgery. He was a proud former soldier, and we were very worried about this person. So our care managers or nurses basically tried to get this person out, and he just wouldn't. He seemed to be stuck in this very odd place where he just wouldn't engage in the community. Then one day, neighbors basically told us that he does go out, but at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning. So bless our care managers and our nurses, they actually went to verify this for themselves. And indeed, at 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning, this person would stagger out the door, and walk around the neighborhood. Eventually, we were able to engage this man in a conversation about why he was doing that. And it turned out that he was just too embarrassed, actually, to be seen by his friends in this weakened state. So there's something actually in communities of men and the way that they engage with each other, which is very different, I think, from the way that our group of women who undertake these cookery lessons are quite happy to talk about their husband problems, their health problems. I mean, they're not shy about the health problems, for sure. You walk in there and you probably know the medical histories anyway within 15 minutes. Is like, versus the men, I think, who probably, I don't know whether the word is private, but certainly maybe it's a more strength-based kind of, approach to things. I think if we don't understand these dimensions, then it becomes more difficult, I think, to create, firstly, just programs that would bring in each of the genders. I think specifically the men. But secondly, I think, to make something, I think, generally inclusive of all genders is actually not that straightforward and not that easy. So, yeah, I mean, just from our real-life programming experiences, we also find that taking activities into the communities, Ling Ling, you will know this, our most successful, it doesn't matter, men and women all turn out, durian parties. You bring out the durians, the fruit that, maybe most people, okay, it's a very specific kind of fruit, but it's very popular in Singapore. You bring that out and everybody turns out. So I think it's just finding the right levers will be quite necessary. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks so much. Professor Tang, just 1 minute because we're near lunchtime, if you can.
Sure, I would just say that I want to thank Anna for bringing out this, to emphasize that, humanity, in that we are working with human beings and not just numbers. So when we set up centers and all, we really have to think of who are the people and how we can empower them to really design and also manage the centers as well. So there is really a need not to just see them as users, but really fellow residents that are important, can play an important part for aging well in a community. Thank you.
Perfect, and that links also to what Tara said. And Anna, just final remarks.
To be brief, I just want to thank and express a great gratitude in behalf of myself and the club members to the UNFPA Georgian office, because now the club is financially run by the municipality, the city hall, and we are based with the multifactional libraries. There's a part of it, but the UNFPA doesn't give up us, and they support a lot, still developing the projects and facing the needs of our participants. Like there was a huge willingness to learn English, and together with the organization, they found found the way how to ensure quality implementation of the learning process to them. I won't go deep in details, but yes, thank you for the support, and I hope that we will increase, the club will increase, not to the 500,000, we're just 3 million in country, but I hope that the work will continue and this job will done properly. And thank you for sharing all of you your experience. It means a lot to us as beginners. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. So maybe a round of applause for the panel, and I hand back to Amy.
Thank you all, and we now invite everyone to the symposium luncheon. It's the same as yesterday, so the food will be served at your seat, and I cordially ask you to be back on time at around 2 o'clock, let's say 2 o'clock, to begin the afternoon session. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the symposium shortly. We're actually preparing for the next session, so please bear with us just a couple of minutes and we will be ready. And if you need to download the presentation materials, you can scan the QR code printed on your name tag. Also, I'd like to remind you of the English-Korean simultaneous interpretation service provided throughout today's symposium. And to ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you very much, and we will begin the session as soon as our technical team is ready. So we're now ready to proceed. So I'd like to invite all the participants and guests to take their seats in the conference hall. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to welcome back everyone to the symposium for our final discussion session, and I hope you had a good lunch and had some time to refresh yourselves. This session, Session 6, titled Aging Policies and a Policy Repository, will be moderated by Mr. Abhijit Visara, Technical Advisor for Population Dynamics of the UNFPA. And we also are joined with presenters and discussants. So please welcome them with a round of applause.
So this is the last discussion session of this symposium. It's a special session, and the format is a little bit different from what we've had so far, but I'm hoping that it's equally exciting and that a lot of the participants here will find it very, very practical. Because what we're going to do here in this session is that we're going to hear from two of the UN regional commissions and the AARP from the US, which are developing repositories of population aging policies, responses, etc. And we'll get a chance to both hear about these repositories, see a live demonstration of the website in one case, and we'll have a lot of chance for interaction here, for participants to also reflect on what they're seeing and how they think this can be better. What else do you think might help? You also have a chance to give feedback to the presenters on this, because it is a dynamic process, and I know that they're continually improving it. So to kick things off, may I invite my colleague from UNSCAP, Sabine, to kick us off. Thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to the organizers, UNFPA and Statistical Office of Korea, UNFPA at the global but also at the regional level, for inviting the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific to be part of this important meeting. And just to provide a bit context, I will talk about population aging in Asia Pacific first. I will talk about the work of ESCAP and the regional commissions on population aging, and then show some information on this database which we have been developing over recent years. I would also like to acknowledge my co-panelist from ECE, but also AARP, who I understand is online, and AARP has been a very strong supporter of this work in the past. Now, just to say, and let me figure this out, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific is the regional development arm of the United Nations Secretariat based in Bangkok, Thailand. We have 53 UN member states and 9 associate members. The region is vast. It goes from North and Central Asia to the Pacific. Of course, there's South and Southwest Asia, East and Northeast Asia, and Southeast Asia. So it's a vast region. It's very diverse in terms of geography, political systems, economic and social development. Now, what is important about us is that we have convening power to bring together member states to discuss, debate, to adopt resolutions and decisions, but also to follow up on global and regional mandates. Now, our work rests on 3 pillars. Let me just go back. How do I do that? Oh, no, I want to go back. I tried, but okay. Okay, let me do it again. Our work rests on 3 pillars. Intergovernmental, meaning the convening power and bringing together the member states. Analytical, doing research, analysis, compiling data, writing things up. And of course, technical cooperation. We have strong mandates to work with member states, bringing in also CSOs. We heard of earlier today, this morning, to build capacity on data, on policies, on national transfer accounts, and other issues. Now, just to say a few words about population in Asia and the Pacific, the region is at the forefront of this megatrend. As you know, there are different megatrends affecting all aspects of society, and demographic trends, especially population aging, is one of them. Fertility has declined, as we all know, at the regional level currently, and this is based on WPP 2024, standing at 1.8 live births per woman. Life expectancy at the same time over the span from, oops, why is that happening? Between 1990 and 2025, increasing significantly, and the number of older persons at the same time growing from about 500 million today to about 1 billion by 2050. Of course, the shares are also expected to, or projected to double from about 10% to about 20% by 2050. What is also important that compared to other numbers from other regions in the world, Asia Pacific matters because 60% of the older population resides in Asia and the Pacific. Now, when we talk about older persons, we need to keep in mind that there's a particular segment of the population, the oldest old, that are growing the fastest. So any kind of discussion needs to recognize that fact, and of course the gender dimension is so important, as we heard throughout the meeting. What we're focusing more and more on now is the intergenerational aspects. It's not just we want to talk about older persons in silo and just focusing on this particular group, but linking it to other age groups. And I think that's the way to go, and we heard a lot about this already over the last day. Just looking at numbers differently, looking at the different age groups and age cohorts, you see the crossover of the youth compared to the older population already. Working age population projected to peak by 2030 in Asia Pacific, and total population in Asia Pacific, that's a overall number, projected to peak by 2050. Of course, the number of older persons is projected to continue to increase. Now here we're looking at counting countries and looking at the percentage share in terms of total population that have transitioned from being an aging to an age to a super age society.
And you can see that in 1990, we had about 7 countries that fell into the category of being aging, meaning 7 to 14% of the total population, of their total population being 65 years and over. By 2025, that number has increased to 23, will increase to 24 by 2050, but just look at the aged and super-aged, which were not even there in 1990. So the number of countries that fall into those categories is projected to increase significantly. Now I'm talking about the policy context and the database, because the database is very much related to the policy-related work we're doing. What I'm listing here is global guiding documents that talk about population aging in some form or another. The red color refers to the most important ones for us in terms of population aging. MIPA, the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, adopted in 2002. And all regional commissions have a very strong mandate to follow up on MIPA in regular intervals every 5 years. We're gearing up for the 5th review right now. So 2002 was the adoption of MIPA, and you saw that in 2022 we had the regional reviews, the global reviews, and the Commission for Social Development in 23, and now we are going to do the same in 2027 and 2028. In between, of course, there were other documents that talk about aging and population aging and other aspects that affect the situation of older persons, such as the 2030 Agenda, the Pact for the Future, or the Doha Political Declaration that just was adopted a few weeks ago in Qatar. So many of these documents, of course, we need to look at, and I want to highlight the UN Decade of Healthy Aging. We look at them comprehensively when we do these MIPA reviews. Now, MIPA, Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, aims at the following. It's about the human rights, the security and dignity of older persons. It has 3 priority areas, as you can see on the slide there. Now, regarding the plans for the next review, as I said, the regional reviews all across regional commissions will take place in 2027. We will feed into and inform the global review on the Commission on Social Development in 2028. Now, what are we doing in preparation? In ESCAP, we have developed a survey, and we will launch a survey with our member states early next year to help them assess policies on older persons. Now, in 2026, which is just a few weeks away, member states will be given the time to complete the survey. Regional commissions are offering capacity building support for countries to assess their policies. We also will start a cycle of consultations with our civil society organizations, and all of this will come together in the regional reviews in 2027. Now, let me just... And I won't go through this, but I'm just leaving it with you as a reference. These are our mandates, and mandates are very important to the UN system right now, just to document where and who requested us to do what. A strong request to the Regional Commission to facilitate these regional reviews, to build capacity, to provide the platform, and of course to work with our partners, including WHO, UNFPA, ILO, UN Women, and others. And that's what we are preparing for. Now, in preparation for all of this, after the last regional review, we started developing a database or a data website first, which is easily found on the internet. If you Google demographic change, in Asia Pacific, you will see this database, which is a one-stop shop and one-stop place for everything population related for Asia and the Pacific. We show the latest data, we show policy papers, and we show databases. So please, take note of this and use it as you're looking at some of this information as it might apply to your countries or your areas of interest. Now, as part of this database, and you see the header there, you see the link to the website, there is a tab under Knowledge, and under Knowledge you will see the repository of policies. And this is what you get, and there's a QR code, so I invite you to look at that. As a next step, you will be presented with a map. And this is a map, an official map of our region, the Asia-Pacific ESCAP region. And what you can see here is the countries, and of course, countries being at different stages of the region of the demographic transition. So bring them all together in one place is a good thing. It allows countries to learn from each other. And what we're doing per country is we're listing the latest policies, programs, projects, etc. Now, this is informed by member states from the last regional reviews, but we're also always soliciting more input from others, from government focal points, from other entities to make this database grow. And so it's a living document. So there's always a request out there for member states to submit additional information, and it will then be posted accordingly. So if you click on one of these countries, and I chose, I think, China as my example, you click on China, and what you will get as a next step is you will get a little box that shows you the key information, key pieces of information. It talks about a national coordination body, it talks about the most recent policy we are aware of, and then a tab for others. Now, if you look at the most recent policy, and for China, you get a direct link to the actual document. So this, in this case, would be Chinese, but in Google you can translate things, and so you can actually get the English translation of this latest policy for China. And as I say, we do this for most countries on that map. Wherever we find that information, or information is provided to us. Another example is Mongolia. Same thing, we have the coordination body, we have the policy, and then we have other. And now I'm going to click on other aging-related policies, and I get a long list of other policies and directions and projects related to population from Mongolia. So this again will, if you click on some of these, will give you the direct website from Mongolia, often in the original language, which you then can translate, and it provides you the latest information on these policies and projects and programs from these countries. And when you click on aging-related data, you get the latest data as well. So you can then correlate the policies to the data and can see and learn more about what's happening in Mongolia. You can print this. It's all on one page. It's not only demographic data, it's economic and social statistics we are compiling and updating regularly. So policies and data in one place. What we have done so far, we're covering 36 countries or areas from Asia and the Pacific. We have take note of the fact that we have 28 countries that have national policies, 29 countries have national coordinating bodies, and 17 countries have action plans. As I say, this is a living document. It's based on your information, so these numbers we hope will grow, but we need the input. Now, this was the repository of policies. Now I'm talking about the database of good practices. I go again to capacity building, and there you will see a tab to go to the good practices. And so the good practices are coming and were submitted by ESCAP member states through these MIPA surveys. So the last one from the 4th review, and we're expecting this again coming next year from the 5th review. So it will all feed into this. That's what this is for. Now we're looking at good practices and what is a good practice on, for example, fighting discrimination in the workplace or creating age-friendly cities. So whatever countries have provided to us or we're collecting on our own through research will find its way in here if it meets certain criteria. Now, when you click on the database of good practices, you have an option to select categories, subcategories, country, and type of document. I'm just showing you the boxes here for the category. There are a number of categories, mostly related to MIPA, enabling and supportive environments, health, etc. You then can categorize and look at this in more detail. For example, focus on ageism or natural disasters, and look at the document. And of course, all of this for these countries I've shown you before for Asia and the Pacific. Now, as an example, if I put in discrimination, neglect, and abuse, I can see, for example, that there are 2 examples from 2 countries in the region that have an Act to Prevent Elderly Abuse or an Anti-Age Discrimination Act of 2016. So this is information is available. We're trying to summarize it. We're working on this continuously. Just give people an option to read this, but they can also click on the document and then read the actual document. So what do we have so far? We have so far 104 good practices, and this is according to these subregions, and you see the types of documents we have collected. Now, I just want to say that we are scrutinizing the good practices a bit, and we have a template that we're sending out, and if we receive input, we will try to complete this. We're looking for certain indicators. Not everything that is submitted should be a good practice. It should have certain criteria, and we are trying to identify this as way to find its place on the database. And of course, under type of documents, we're listing whatever we're collecting in that regard as well. Now, what is next for us? Number one is, next for you is, of course, to look at the website and find these different databases and repositories. So again, there's a link in the QR code. For us particularly, we're gearing up for the 5th review of MIPA. The survey is going out early next year. We will compile the information over the course of the next 6 months and then try to feed it into these databases so it will be up to date. So that's number one. We're developing a policy radar. This is a tool that will help countries self-assess where they are in terms of policies that address the different dimensions of MIPA. It's not for us to say, you're doing good or you're not doing good. It's for countries to self-assess where they are in terms of policies according to certain domains and dimensions, and that will be an online tool, and we are looking into developing this through a policy radar. Capacity building is out there for member states. We are already talking to countries and following requests from countries that want to work with us in terms of completing the survey. And of course, for doing the survey and for completing the survey, we're always advocating for a bottom-up approach, meaning it shouldn't be just one government entity. It should be a cross-ministerial group that reviews the survey. They should bring in the CSOs, the non-government stakeholders, to be engaged in this process. So we are working towards that with a number of countries, and we're looking forward to working with some of our UN partners, including, of course, UNFPA, to work on this from the ground up, to have these assessments done in time for us to do the analysis and then feed into the global review in 28, but first, of course, the regional review in 27. And then just a small statistic on terms of how many hits we had. We just launched this website. It has been, the repository has been in existence for 2 years now, but just a new website was launched, and so we have already nice figures in terms of documenting that this seems to be very useful for countries, but also, of course, for academics and CSOs, etc. And that concludes my presentation. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sabine. Dr. Sabine Henning, the Chief of the Sustainable Demographic Transition Section and the Social Development Division at SCAP. The next presentation that we have is by Philip Hessel, who's the Associate Population Affairs Officer at the UN Economic Commission for Europe. Philip?
So, good afternoon. Also from my side, it's really a pleasure, honor to be here. Thank you very much to our hosts here from the Ministry of Data and Statistics of the Government of Korea, as well as all the UNFPA, global and country team. Thank you very much also on behalf of UNECE for this opportunity really to present our aging policies database. Since this, well, it exists already, I'll explain in a moment, since a year, but we're really also in a phase now of gathering feedback. So I were also really interested, looking forward to hear from you, both researchers, civil society representatives, as well as government, of what you really think, could be additional features that may be added, that could be relevant for your work to inform your work. All right, so again, our database is called the UNECE Aging Policies Database. It's online, again, since a year. It's public. It also, if you want to try it out this afternoon, it works pretty well on mobile devices, including cell phones. So please also feel free to have a look. Next slide, please. So again, I already said this was launched about a year ago. It's a joint product with the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging. As Sabine, my colleague already from UNSCAP was saying, so we, UNECE Economic Commission for Europe, based in Geneva. We are the world region which covers all of Europe, but we also include Northern America, so Canada, the United States, up to Caucasus, Russian Federation, the Balkans, so Georgia, for example, 56 UN member states, and the UNECE Standing Working Group on Aging, which exists since more than 10 years, brings together on a regular basis, and we just, 2 weeks ago, we had our annual conference in Geneva. It really brings together government-appointed focal points, usually from the Ministry either of Health or Labor, Social Affairs, sometimes also from the Pension Fund, really, the people that are designated, again, by governments to represent this government as part of this working group. Again, it's an international body, quite unique in the United Nations system. Sabine, also, thank you very much for everything you already explained about the role of the regional commission, also with regard to the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. Again, sort of the regional commissions, we have the mandate to organize the periodic, again, it's coming up again, 5 years, periodic review and appraisal of the Madrid plan. And in our region, we don't do a survey historically, but the decision is that countries, they write a long, and I'll explain this in a bit, rather long, very detailed, very informative, narrative report. And a couple of years ago, there was realization among us in the Secretariat, but also among government representatives, really, that despite us having producing this really long, detailed reports, and a realization that in our region there's really a treasure trove, really a wealth of experience of aging, well, national policies, but also projects, very much related, including healthy and aging clubs and all sort of projects and campaigns, but that information, even for the national focal points within the countries, us in the United Nations, in the Secretariat, that information is just really not accessible in any systematic way. So really out of this realization, on the one hand, having a lot of information, on the other hand, that this information is really not accessible, neither again for us inside the United Nations staff, but also not for anyone outside, people working in the government, civil society, and beyond. Next slide, please. Yeah, I can do it, okay. This the green one? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, sorry. One thing really that I wanted to say is that again, we receive, and I'll show this in a moment also when I demonstrate the database, receive these really long reports. They're very detailed, but again, a lot gets also lost in translation here. So countries in the last MIPA review from 3 years ago, we received reports from 40 different countries. They're available on our homepage. but they're also not so easy. You have to really know where to find them, and they're translated into English. So a lot of information also here gets really lost in translation. So for example, a country may write in the English version, okay, in the year 2019, we did a pension reform, and they explained briefly what it was. But from that information, you really, even us as a reader, we don't know exactly, okay, what was the reform, and if we're asked to, to provide some more information about it, sometimes it takes me then hours to dig out, find the lead to figure out, okay, what is the actual policy that they are mentioning, or often I wouldn't even, or we're really not able to find out exactly what it was. And I remember sort of 2-3 years ago, before we had the database, and when we did technical cooperation missions to countries, often with UNFPA, by the way, that countries, when we went, they asked us, can you, in preparation, show us, really not necessarily talking about good practices, but really just show us a bit of a panorama. What are other countries doing in terms of campaigns, for example, projects, for example, on digital inclusion or digital entrepreneurship? And that took us then often really days to figure out from the report. So we knew, okay, there is a lot, but then to go through 40 different reports, and again, you find something, you can Google it, you say, okay, there is in some report it mentions digital or entrepreneurship, but then again, often it took like 2 or 3 hours to find the link, if at all, and a lot of this work just leads in a dead end where you don't find any further information. So again, that really took a lot of time, a lot of wasted time, frankly, to find this information. And I think a lot of these reporting exercises, not only for MIPA, but also for the Beijing platform for action and others, you have sort of a similar situation where there's a lot of reporting going on. So we, the United Nations, we sit on a lot of information, but again, it's really not accessible in any accessible way. So with the database, which I will present in a moment, we really want to address 3 really interconnected goals. One is really to contribute to evidence-based, evidence-informed policy making in our region, to contribute, and this was really the demand also from the governments in our region, to contribute to peer learning, because they really want to know. At the end of the day, this is really also one of the main reasons why our intergovernmental group exists, is really this peer learning. So colleagues from France want to know, they're interested in what their colleagues in Italy, in Germany, in Spain, in other countries are doing to adapt, to inform their policy making. Again, we believe that the policy database really contributes to this. And as Sabine already mentioned, the database also is part of our mandate to support, to facilitate, to contribute to the review of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, MIPA, as well as RIS, because our region, UNEC region, we also have a regional implementation strategy. What we did in terms of the, just very quickly, in terms of the development of the database, when we took the decision to develop the database, again, let's say the point of departure were these national reports. So we had a hunch of that there was a lot of information was obvious in these reports, but we hadn't quantified this. So what we did actually with help of some also interns, individual contractors, consultants, that we really, as a bit of a research project, really went through all these national reports, 40 in total, and we coded really, we marked every individual policy measure that was identified, mentioned in these national reports. And we, let's say, we copied this into a gigantic Excel file, and we put the names and the years. and we ended up with almost 3,000 different policies and measures answered, reported in the last round of reports. So we're really also a bit like awestruck, saying like, oh, this is so much information, but also on the one side it was sort of frightening to think, okay, how are we really gonna make this available, make it available in a systematic way? But on the other hand, it was also hugely motivating because we thought we were sitting again on this really treasure trove of information. What we did then is really very similar to what Sabine and the team at UNSCAP did. Said we coded all this information into different policy areas. Again, I show this live, for example, health, long-term care, education, employment, ageism. We also coded it based on policy, different policy levels, so whether it's a national, subnational policy, different policy instruments, or whether it's a law, recommendation, guidelines, project, etc. We also attributed keywords to it, and then we wrote structured summaries in English. We did that at the time before ChatGPT, so we did handwrite 800 summaries at the time, and that by now, obviously, with ChatGPT, Gemini, etc., this has been hugely beneficial, made our work easier, more efficient. And then we've been working with governments, our region, and a technical team which I also really would like to acknowledge, based in Bangkok, from United Nations Information Technology team, who really did all the front-end development of the database, which again I'm going to show in a moment. And then really, yeah, let's put it on. Yeah, okay. So this is the doesn't. Do I have to switch it on? This one? Oh, yeah, yeah. There we go, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'll try. Yeah, so this is the database. Again, you find it online, and you can. It's totally public. You can use it on your cell phones. Just going to increase a little bit, probably the size. Yeah, so we opted for a very clean, I think very similar to Sabine, to a UNSCAP version. So very sort of a clean UN style design. And this is the front page, the landing page. Which has sort of a limited number of search functionality. So there's a free text search bar, and I'll demonstrate this in a moment. Then you can also filter policies here by policy theme. So you can do multiple selections, as well as, again, you can then filter it, search by countries. Again, it allows multiple selection. Then also we're showing here, these are just recently added policies. So again, this is sort of always live updated. It's not the most recently implemented policy, but really the most recently added policy to the database. This appears here. And then in terms of, I hope you can see this well, in terms of main functionality, there's a little bit of the about, where we explain the background, as I was telling to you in a moment, where this comes from, what information is included. And then sort of really the heart of the database is, I'm going to go there in a second, browse policies, and then one can also filter for policy theme as well as country. So in terms of browsing policy. So one thing we are at the moment, we just have now a little bit more than 1,000 entries, which we're really happy with. There's another about 1,000 in the pipeline from the last MIPA review, very similar to what ESCAP is doing every year around summer. We do send the information requests to our member states. to submit materials to the policy database. I mean, they can do this. Many countries already have developed really a habit of submitting regularly content. Otherwise, they receive this always from us. And we have a mandate to do so around summertime. And then we have created, it's basically an Excel file online where they can very easily enter that information. And then we just filter it, we edit a little bit, and it goes online on the database. But again, now since we reached already more than 1,000 policies, it's really already a very good critical mass of information. So in each of the big policy themes buckets, you really find well more than 100 measures and policies. So it's really, we believe, really a good panorama of what is happening in our region. So really the core is on the left, where again you can do a selection of the policy themes. Again, all of this is sort of, it works in multiple selection. You can filter by country. We're also capturing the year, because some of this obviously is retrospectively. So some countries also, they reported on the first time, I think that's the United States, when they introduced social security, for example. So it's also, let's say, a bit of a historical record of what's been going on. We have, I mentioned this, policy instruments. Is also based really on conversations with our member states, government representatives, what policy instrument they felt would be the most relevant for them to have them coded. So again, we have strategies, action plans, we have, again, projects, programs, laws, campaigns, financial incentives, cash transfer, and at the bottom here, last but not least, also the government level. I mentioned this quickly because member states, they report both on national projects and everything, but also we have a lot on the subnational, that may be regional, provincial level, but also municipalities, cities. So again, you can do all sort of multiple filtering here, and then it always sort of live updates what appears, and you can order this in different ways. Just to show you the functionality, maybe could you type maybe just the word digital? D-I, yeah, just digital. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. So you execute the search, and then you would find, in this case, because we didn't do any further selection, so there are about 127 hits on this. Again, so this searches both our keywords of policy, so we coded keywords up to 5, as well as the structured abstract, as well as the title. So it doesn't search because the sources of it, which I come to in a moment. So again, the search mainly works with the title, keyword, and then the structured abstract. So again, you get these different policies which appear here. And then, for example, this is something that Germany submitted, and something that's called a digital compass. So when you click on it, you get, which is really the heart of the database, you get an individual policy page, which shows you the name in English, the name in the national language, German obviously here, the country, the year, the policy theme, or multiple, up to 2. So in this case, it's coded in terms of, because it's really about participation of older people, lifelong learning. It also shows the keywords that we put, related SDGs, the structured abstract in English, and then we have, this is a requirement for any policy measure to be included. We always have either or a link, and or a PDF, any source document, because we really want the database to be more an interface between that facilitates someone really finding more information on a given policy. Again, you can also then look, if you're interested, into exploring a specific policy theme. You can do this. Again, this broadly corresponds to the major areas, policy themes, a bucket of the Madrid plan. For example, abuse, violence, age-friendly cities and environment, health, intergenerational relations. And then if you click on it, you do get a little bit of an explanation, a blurb. You can then always apply additional filters. But here, for example, it would show you, if you don't do any further selection, all the policies, 79, that fall into this bucket here, abuse, violence, and neglect. And then already coming towards the end of this demonstration, you can also look at, as a user, explore by country. We have at the moment 54 countries included, so we're only missing 2 of our member states. So they appear here, and then, for example, if you click on Italy, again, it first shows you all the policies, 43, that have been reported, included from Italy at the time. Again, you can always sort of sub-filter selection or search then. We have included here both the current and then here the projected population pyramid. This is taken live via API from the colleagues from UNDESA in New York, from the latest population projection. So some key, again, this is always continuously updated, some key demographic information, life expectancy, etc. And then we also link here to you can click on what I was mentioned, the base, the reports. So the last one was from 2022 to also give it visibility if someone really wants to read this. And then really to wrap up, also, again, this has been up for a year. It's also been very generously funded by AARP, so really big thank you, Vijay, I know you're there, and ARP, also to our member states. We also link here, for example, to the ARP database. I'm sure we're going to hear about this in a moment, to the UNSCAP one. Also our colleagues from the Latin America, ECLAC, they also have something very similar. So I end here, but again, I'm very curious to hear, what you think could be relevant, especially also from researchers, civil society, what features would be useful to be added. We are also, our region, developing a quantitative monitoring framework for MIPA, which doesn't exist at the moment at a global level. And the idea is also to then in the future include quantitative measures, this monitoring framework, to sort of link it directly with the more qualitative policy information on the database. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you for an extremely detailed and informative presentation and for taking us through your website. Without further ado, can I request our organizers to put up Dr. Vijay Iyengar on our screen. Vijay is the Director of Global Aging at AARP, and he's joining us online from the US. Yeah. Vijay,
thank you to the moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can also see you, but give us a moment as we put up the slides here on our screen, please.
So I can potentially share my screen if that's okay.
Give me one moment. Yes, so your slides are on our screen here. Our system has both you in a little video and your slides here.
Okay, great. If it's possible, because there's a lot of animation, if it's possible for me to share my screen, that would be preferred. But if it's difficult, if you prefer using your platform, I'm happy to do so as well.
Sure. Just give me a moment. We'll figure this out.
Okay.
Yes. Why don't you share your screen, and then
Okay.
you can control your slides.
Okay. Thank you. Can everyone see that?
Yeah. Just a moment. We have some nice elevator music here. I don't know if you can hear it, but while we're waiting. Yes, we're editing the screen configuration, is what I'm told. So again, I'll confirm. Just give us a minute or two. Yes. So do you want to just click next maybe on so we can confirm that we see the slide move at our end? Yes. Okay. Works. Thanks, Vijay. Over to you.
Great. Thank you to the moderator. It's wonderful to follow the great presentations from my colleagues Sabine and Philip. As was mentioned in both of their presentations, AARP has had the great pleasure of partially funding their work and their efforts, and we're so delighted to do so and delighted to see the progress over the past 1 to 2 years. So good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, and greetings from Washington, D.C., where I'm joining you online and where it's a very early morning for us here in the U.S. My name is Vijay Tharangar. I serve as the Director of Global Aging at AARP. I really want to take this opportunity to thank UNFPA and the Ministry of Data and Statistics of the Republic of Korea for organizing this important 2-day global symposium on low fertility and population aging, with a particular focus on rethinking old age dependency and, and engagement of older persons. I particularly want to thank Ms. Elizabeth Wilkins and Ms. Yang-Sin Kim and colleagues for UNFPA for providing this opportunity for me to join virtually as a panel speaker for this special session. For my presentation, I want to focus on a knowledge product that we have been working on since 2022. So it predates some of the efforts that have been described thus far, and some of our approaches in terms of building a database of policies are a bit different, but I want to emphasize are fairly and robustly complementary of the work presented by SCAP and ECE. And so I will be presenting on what we affectionately call DAPA, or Database of Action Plans on Aging, and it's a tool with the intent to drive social progress for all. So I think many in the room will be unfamiliar with AARP, and so I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about who we are We're a US-based nonprofit, nonpartisan organization and founded in 1958. So we're about 67 years old. And in that time period, we've been serving our members and society in terms of creating positive social change through advocacy, through policy exchanges such as this one, service and information. And we're really guided by the governing philosophy of to serve and not to be served, and that good ideas have no borders. We've been internationally engaged for the nearly 5 decades, and in 1987 granted consultative status to the UN Economic and Social Council. In striving to be an international leader, we believe that, as I mentioned, good ideas have no borders, and we take a partnership approach to identify the best policies and practices abroad that we can then bring to the US. And our main mission is that we're dedicated to empowering people to choose how they live as they age. And in doing so, we support the 125 million older Americans age 50 and older. Now, although we are very much US focused, as I mentioned, since our founding, we've been internationally engaged. And we have a firm belief and we have data supporting the fact that older Americans, 50 and over, have a real thirst to understand what is going on outside the US when it comes to best practices and policies to support healthy aging. Global aging is viewed as a shared global learning opportunity, and the US 50 and over population agrees. And so a couple of years ago, we conducted a nationally representative survey trying to get an understanding of if Americans were eager or interested in learning from other countries. And we asked certain assessments about the US healthcare system as opposed to others, and whether there was an interest in learning from other countries. And what we found is that the US healthcare system, in a nationally representative survey of over 1,000 50 and over older adults that were balanced on socio-demographic variables, political affiliation, what have you, that the US healthcare system relatively rates well on areas of quality, but less so on accessibility and affordability. And even worse when it comes to equal access with respect to race or ethnicity, accessibility to affordable prescription drugs, and easy access to complementary healthcare methods. And what we also found from this survey was that 82% of those surveyed expressed either a lot or some degree of interest to learn from other countries. So what did this tell us? It told us that there's a real thirst in the US to learn from what other countries are doing, how they're planning for their aging populations, and what they're doing in terms of budgetary allocations, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and other frameworks. And so what we did a couple of years ago was to create initial work on developing a database. And before I go to the database, I would be remiss if I didn't give a hearty thanks to partners at ARP, my colleagues, our thought partners at Foreign Policy Analytics, and of course our friends across the UN system at UNDESA, ESCAP, and ECE for providing feedback, in addition to Help Age International, an NGO, an international NGO that is doing wonderful work and that helped source some of the plans for us for the database that I will describe. So before diving into the database, I want to encourage all of you in the room to scan the QR code that you see on the screen, or use your mobile or laptop device to visit the website so you can sort of follow along. I will be in the next couple of slides talking about our database of action plans on aging, or otherwise known as DAPA. So I'll give maybe a couple of seconds for you to do so. And we'll proceed towards further description of the database. So as I mentioned, a couple of years ago, there were a couple of points that really motivated us to start sketching out what a database would look like. As I mentioned before, this predated some of the efforts between ECE and SCAP, and a literature review and a landscape analysis of available information yielded very little to no resources that took on the form of a database that collected policies, that collected action plans or legislative strategies at the national or subnational level that would allow for easy comparison between countries. And so part of the motivation was there was a knowledge gap. The other motivation was that, as was mentioned before throughout the 2 days, that there's real demographic transformation taking place, not only in high-income economies, such as South Korea, not only in the global north, but everywhere. And an interesting statistic that we rely on heavily to inform our efforts is that in the decades to come, 80% in 2050, 80% of the 65 and over population will reside in low and middle income countries. And so the global south that is experiencing youth bulges at the moment will experience demographic transformation in 2 decades or more. So there is a demographic transformation that will place fiscal pressure on social protection and health systems, as well as changing labor dynamics. This necessitates proactive and forward-thinking policies to ensure that every person can age equitably with security and dignity, and equally as important, lead healthy and productive lives. So with this in mind, the database was initiated with a couple of core questions. One question is, what are the varying approaches to healthy aging? How are countries at both national and subnational level taking? What steps are they taking to address or to ensure that they are facilitating enabling environments, both legislatively, from a regulatory perspective, from the built environment, to ensure that their citizens can age healthily? Number two, how are countries responding to these demographic shifts, both across policies and planning? So how are countries integrating and responding to these demographic shifts, and how are these plans and policies taking place or incorporating these shifts? And lastly, what makes an exemplar plan? What makes a good national plan? What are some of the core elements that are necessary to ensure that a plan is successful, which is a tricky question and which is an open empirical question. And so these were some of the questions that were motivating us, that were the driving forces behind creating a database. And so the database has gone through 4 tranches. There have been 4 iterations of the database, 4 updates. It was initially launched in 2022. So 3-4 years from this year. And there have been 4 editions and 4 updates where we've added to the database in terms of the number of jurisdictions, either national or subnational. To date, the ARP Database on Action Plans on Aging, or DAPA, contains 60 plans from 54 countries and 6 subnational jurisdictions that are included in the database. National plans were prioritized, given that they would allow for easier and more allowable comparisons between countries. And they were prioritized and selected based on geographical diversity, the level of economic development, and the recency of the plan. And so they include countries from the 6 WHO regions and the 5 UN regional commissions. They also represent countries at varying stages of development, with 27 of the plans coming from high-income countries, 17 from upper middle-income countries, 12 from lower middle-income countries, and 4 from low-income countries, as based on World Bank income level classifications. all but 9 of the plans, so maybe 15% of the plans in the database were developed since 2015. We wanted to ensure that the plans were recent and reflected shifts in population aging, that reflected policy interest at the moment, and were current. And so, as you can imagine, that does limit the countries and the jurisdictions we focus on, but we made that decision to ensure the recency as well as the novelty of the database. So this is very hard to read, I will admit, but basically in the database, what we have is we have 60 plans, either at the national or subnational level. And when you go into the database, you'll have searchable linked plans, either plans or policies or strategies for each country based on the 6 WHO regions. So what you see here on the screen is the plans that you see for Americas, ranging from Antigua and Barbuda to Uruguay. And what you have is when you go to the database, you can click on a link to the database, to the action plan or plan or strategy or policy at the national level that's from the government, and it will link you and it will direct you once you click on that link to that government plan. In Africa, we're building out that part of the database. So far, we have about 12 to 13 represented countries there, from Eritrea to Zimbabwe. We have the Eastern Mediterranean. We have Europe well represented, and we have Southeast Asia and Western Pacific. So this hopefully will give you a snapshot as to across the 6 regions, the 6 WHO regions. We tried to have a balanced in terms of development status, geography, as well as the recency of the plan. And so there are a couple such as Nepal, whose plan is in 2006 and is not as recent, and so it hasn't gotten updated. But it's included for the sake of geographical representation. And so hopefully this gives you an idea of what plans are there in the database. And so, as you can imagine, this takes quite a bit of effort in terms of both translation, in terms of securing the database, the plans, ensuring that they're valid, ensuring that they're in a format that is available for analysis as well. And so that requires reaching out to some ministries, reaching out and relying on partners at EECE and ESCAP and Help Age. But we're quite proud of the plans that we have thus far and the plans we have to expand the database in the years to come. So we made the decision to measure progress on the plans based on 2 international frameworks, and Philip and Sabine mentioned them quite prominently in their presentations, the MIPA and the UN Decade of Healthy Aging. We took a different tact. Our input to the database is not country-level responses to MIPA or the Decade of Healthy Aging. Rather, the input to the database is the national action plans or strategies or policies. And what we did is, and why I said at the outset, it's complementary to the great work that is being done by Philip and Sabine, is that we were hoping to measure progress at the country level for a particular plan or policy or strategy against the international frameworks of MIPA and the UN Decade of Healthy Aging. And so for MIPA, you have 3 pillars. Within each pillar, you have older persons in development, advancing health and well-being into old age. That's pillar 2, and pillar 3, ensuring enabling and supportive environments. And for each of those pillars, you have several indicators. Similarly, for the UN Decade, you have several action areas, including combating ageism, long-term care, integrated care, and age-friendly as well. And so the 60 plans in the database were evaluated against the two existing but non-binding but global healthy aging frameworks, MIPA and the UN Decade. And then these plans and policies were assessed regarding the 19 key themes. And so what we did is we assessed each of those national action or subnational action plans against these 19 key themes to understand which plans had comprehensive coverage, which plans had either an action indicator or a measure or a plan to evaluate against these two frameworks. So a key question is, great, you have all these action plans in one platform, in one database. You have the tools by which to measure against progress. How does the DAPA tool empower users? What are some of the ways that users can use the information, and by users, hopefully policymakers, practitioners, researchers, many of you in the room, CSOs, how can users potentially take advantage of the information found in this database? And there are a couple of ways I wanted to flag. And one is they can determine whether there's country level policy alignment with MIPA and the UN Decade themes. And so what you have on the left hand of the screen is for each of the countries or jurisdictions in the database, we mapped we chronicled rather, how many themes were covered by a national action plan. And so, for example, Portugal, in their national action plan, 16 of the 19 themes across MIPA and UN Decade were captured and were recognized. So you can also do it by those indicators. And you could track, as we've done in the right hand of the screen, the percentage of plans in the database that had either a measure, or an indicator, or an align, or some sort of action tailored to a specific theme. And you could take a look at the percentage of plans that have by region, if you care to do so. Here it's in the aggregate that touched on a particular theme or indicator. The second way you can use the information found in the database is to do map gap analysis. And so easy identification of thematic, programmatic, and policy gaps. And so again, this is a very busy screen, but hopefully, what this allows you to do is in the glossary of the database, you can go to a particular pillar, say MIPA, Pillar 1, Older Person and Development, and go through the 60 plans and see which ones capture this first pillar on work and labor, and which ones don't. And you can do similar types of analysis for Pillar 2, Pillar 3. You can do similar types that's for the MIPA. You can do similar types of analysis for the UN Decade. And they're sorted by region. They're sorted by income level, the development status of the country. And so you can do easy qualitative comparisons by region, by income classification according to the World Bank, by the particular pillar within MIPA or the action area within the UN Decade. Another way you can do it is to understand what are the key or core elements that are critical when designing a plan. And one thing we were very much interested in is, if you're a country that does not have an action plan, that doesn't have a policy or a strategy, and we're really starting from scratch, and we're interested in what others have done, what are the core elements? What are the must-haves, regardless of where your country is situated, regardless of the makeup of your country? What are the core elements and features of a successful or robust action plan on aging? And so this database and the information and the analytical framework allows one to explore that. And so what we found is that there are three core elements that are critical for the successful design and implementation of plans. One is monitoring and evaluation and resourcing for implementation plans. The other is engaging older adults in plan development. And 3 is preparing for public health crises and humanitarian emergencies, especially for older adults. And why there's an emphasis on these 3 components is for the following. We did an analysis of the components in the database, and we found that only 50% of the 60 plans utilized a participatory process. Ireland being a particularly good example in terms of engaging older adults through the design, development, deployment, and implementation of the plans. And while the US does not have a national action plan on aging, which was another reason for exploring this database, we do have subnational at the state of California, and the state of California has done a remarkable job in terms of creating a dashboard that looks at implementation. Only 67% of plans recommend development for progress indicators, and 34% have published indicators and started tracking progress. So what's clear is that there's a clear issue in terms of evaluation, monitoring, and that will have downstream impacts for implementation. And so it's highly critical for plans that are starting from scratch or new plans to think about ways to ensure that they have the proper monitoring and analytical framework. And then lastly, what is very key and sometimes neglected is that it's very good to have a plan, but it's not enough. You need to have the budget, and you need to have the budget for both the implementation and monitoring of the plans. And initial analysis revealed that only 20 of the 60 plans, maybe 33% of the plans in the database, were provided with a budget by the national, subnational governments for plan implementation. And so without a budget, it is very difficult to implement on a plan, even if it's the most comprehensive, robust plan you have to support a country's aging population. And so that's one thing that we've tried to, as a CSO, we've tried to engage with institutions at the ministries of finance, at the development finance institutions such as World Bank, Asian Development Bank, about the need for greater investment in both their activities and missions to support older adults. And this is a data point that points to the fact, or underscores rather, the need for action plans, for these comprehensive plans to support older adults, to have the necessary budgetary allocation to provide proper implementation of the framework. All of this analysis, all of this data is a result of the database and of analyzed the inputs, the data information as found in the database.
Vijay,
So
do you want to?
I'm going to wrap up in about 1 minute.
Got it. Thank you.
And so just the initial dissemination of the database, we published an article in Nature Aging about 2 weeks ago where we did talk about the importance of planning at the Vatican. We held a symposium at the Vatican. Sabine, we were very fortunate to have her speak there. We've also published in the Council on Foreign Relations on this very topic, and we've also submitted this DAPA as part of the WHO Decade Platform. And then in terms of how we want to hear from you, it's just 3 areas. You know, as practitioners of policy, where do you see the potential use cases or source of greatest value in your work? What features can we add or support adding, and what analysis can we conduct? And lastly, do you see such a tool helping to inform policy planning and, most importantly, budgetary allocations on supporting aging populations? And I'll yield it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Vijay. That was extremely comprehensive. Philip and Sabine, do you want to, and Vijay, do you want to add anything, or shall we open it up for the audience? Yes, Ritu at the back. So again, I mean, in the interest of sort of feedback, suggestions is something that I think all of the speakers have asked for, but any other thoughts or comments as well? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just absorbing all of the different databases and the work, the detailed work that is being done and has been done, and also considering what WHO has attempted to do in an additional two different databases. We have a database on aging data that includes indicators for the UN decade and a range of other information. We also have, as part of the UN decade, a platform where I think primarily the biggest users have been civil society organizations that have also tried to upload examples, perhaps using a similar approach that was described from the SCAP. And I'm just thinking, is there a way that we can help someone who wants to find out what's happening, that they don't have to go through all these different databases? At WHO, we're even thinking of giving up our databases if someone else from across the UN could just really bring one database to have a truly one-shop place. So this is my concern, because I think each of these are excellent, but how do we really enable someone who wants to find out information not have to go to all of these different ones? Or maybe not. So really, this is an honest question for deliberation.
Sabine or Philip, do you want to respond? Any thoughts?
Thank you very much, Ritu. And indeed, there are different databases. I don't think we necessarily talked to each other when we were developed. It was just it came naturally, at least to us. And similar to what Philip was saying, we realized there's such a wealth of information, and just posting the surveys online make them more accessible. Now that we have them, I would argue that these databases complement each other. I don't think they still have different approaches to how we show the data. We use them maybe also differently for capacity building. So I don't want to give this away. I can see that maybe there is a place where all of this can be put together, and maybe we need to look to the global UN entities or organizations that can, be the host or, shepherd. But I still would like us at ESCA, we're doing the work, we use it. So I don't want to give that away from our side. But maybe, yes, we can talk to the DESA colleagues, maybe, I don't know, WHO or to you, Ritu, or UNFPA, or, some place where at least the links can be put all together in one place as a start. That I don't know, just some immediate reflections, but maybe, Philip, please.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, Ritu, for this. The question for discussion, really comment. I think on a general level, I really agree with this, desirability of having a global database and not duplicate work. I also really agree with Sabine, what you said, that they're similar but different. I guess that's also become clear of the different presentations. You didn't dive too much into it, but you obviously mentioned it, that you have a tool also looking at good practices, which is something, for example, that again we, in our case, regional commissions really demand working at the request of our then constituents. For example, in our constituencies, we discussed it, but there was really no demand for good practices, so they didn't want member states to classify this in any way. And one thing, we did quite due diligence, so we talked to a lot of database producers. We had conversations, obviously, we talked with ARP, but we also talked to other international organizations, OECD, but also from academia, producers of databases, policy databases, for example, the Gender Generation Survey, also the Survey of Health, Aging and Retirement in Europe, they have a policy database. And one of the really big, let's say, limitations that they often face is that many databases, they get discontinued in time because funding runs out, people move on. So it's very difficult to continue maintain databases over a longer period of time. Well, we're just at the beginning, so I don't know. Let's hope. We're still hopeful. However, what you really realize, and this comes back to the, in our case, to the regional, that for us the databases really list from this direct engagement, in our case of the member states, but also with civil society. So it puts us in touch a lot with these other vehicles and countries, and they really like to share these policies or subnational. So it's really for us a two-way way of engagement, and I think the utility of the database and the chances to maintain it updated into the future will really depend on this continuous engagement, which is then really often our team showing a country, we can live see there are 800 visitors from your country in the last months, and that then motivates them, and we can see then that the next day then they share to others. And I think kind of this continuous engagement, which, let's say, individually us as a team we really enjoy, but also again, that I think that wouldn't work that way when we would centralize it, in the UN case. I don't know if this would go to New York in a way, right? So we would kind of lose this direct engagement, and with it, a lot of, it would reduce, I think, the likelihood of this being, funded, but also continued into the future. So I think that would be one way to consider.
Yeah, do you have a rejoinder?
I'm just wondering, because I completely recognize the work that is done by different groups, but it seems like we should have the technology that allows us that richness by individual groups, whether they're within the UN system or not, but to have a portal that allows at least one place where people could go. We also have a lot of the aging policies documented. We've also reviewed very similar, but maybe not exactly the same, that Vijay so nicely presented on what ARP has been doing. And the key messages along the lines of you have to have it, but you need to have the budget resourced within the plan as well, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's about what kind of technology would enable us to link this. Because I do agree that the regional approaches where there's much more contact with the 30 to 50 countries in that particular area is really helpful. But I'm sure we can come up with something, because we're getting pressure at WHO not to duplicate what colleagues in UNFPA or UNDESA or other UN agencies are doing. And either we make a collective decision and show that we're not duplicating, or we may just face a decision that is made by someone else saying, you're no longer able to do this. Cut. So I'm trying to be a little proactive in considering this, given this, that this discussion is on the, on this agenda for this meeting. Thank you.
No, I mean, thanks for these thoughts. I think there's certainly some conversations I think we can have, I think, in sort of amongst ourselves. But any other sort of questions from the floor? Sort of ways you think that these tools, these repositories are helpful? Do you see yourselves using them potentially in interactions with different countries, organizations, consolidating evidence from other countries in terms of so-called best practices, etc.? Any thoughts? Michael?
Sorry. Maybe put in another way, is there any intention to learn from each other about the databases, about the methodologies, to see whether you can employ new technologies, AI, in the further development of your databases? So you have one at ESCAP, you have one at ECLAC, you have one at the ECE, and you, AARP, you must be looking at each other's databases, and you do, and some of them are funded by AARP. You know, now that you did that, is there ways for you to learn from each other, update your own work, and maybe in that process you could link it more, yeah? And maybe also using new technologies and try to make it a bit more, harmonize it a little bit, the approach. Because I'm sure there's, what you said, Philip, you went through quite a laborious effort to produce the abstracts, to put the keywords there, to really look at the documents. New technology will probably help to do that faster and quicker. Yeah. You, Sabine, also spoke about your database. You have a different functionalities a little bit, but similar functionalities. Yeah. So maybe there's a way to harmonize that in the first step and see what new technologies to employ. Yeah. Over.
So thank you very much for these comments, suggestions. So we are thinking that's the question also, that there's a genuine interest. We also want to do a user survey on precisely sort of what could be a next step. Now that, again, we think it's well established already. We also have pretty good numbers of web traffic, significant number of policies up there. So we are at UNEC, we're saying, okay, what's the potential sort of next step? We are thinking about precisely an AI sort of chatbot kind of search interface. Language translations on the web page could be a possibility. Another add-on, there's a bit of a language issue, is that so we have, I think similar to you also, many of the plans, if it's a PDF, we have them in the content management system, meaning on the server that we have access to. So theoretically speaking, or technically, it's possible if the AI or the free text search could also go search into the actual underlying policies, yeah, which at the moment the PDF, which again at the moment this is only sort of available there, but it's not directly searched. One thing, to answer to one of the comments, I think Rito, Michael, you mentioned it. Part of the we are in regular contact, with Vijay, Sabine, other colleagues on a very, let's say, personal level. One of the things also, so we are up to date. We overlap our regions. Is it 5 countries or about 5-6 countries where Turkey, for example, Uzbekistan, which are in both regions. So we also coordinate with those countries, and that we don't ask countries that they don't report to both, that they don't duplicate in the reporting to us and to ESCAP at least. So we're very much aware of this. Yeah, I think that's we're working. There was one more thing I wanted to say, because again, MIPA, it's a very sort of regional commissions have the it's a subsidiary, a regionalized mandate, and I mentioned this very quickly, but each region decides how they want to go about the reporting, review, and appraisal, how it's called technically. In our region, we always have we have a regional implementation strategy, and then always ministerial declarations as well, which then for a couple of years into the future also choose usually a couple of priority areas of the broader MIPA framework, giving us the mandate to focus on them. And they also change, because MIPA, it's already from a couple of years ago, so language has already changed. So what you're saying with in our region, I guess it applies to all the region, also the language is changing all the time in terms of the terminology, for example. So we had very long discussions with our groups on, it looks very trivial, but the policy themes, what the actual language should be. Is it education, lifelong learning, and et cetera, et cetera. So to find this consensus, which was really labor intensive, not only the research, but also this consensus finding. So there's a lot of work that went into this, which is really regional specific in a way. So if we're finding the consensus, it would probably be different, the joint among us, or in, what you have, the categories and the labels and everything, the terminology is different because it reflects also the thinking priorities in different regions, no? So this is also difficult then to duplicate on the global level.
I don't think there's duplication, Ritu. I think it's a very targeted region-specific approach. We use it as a vehicle for capacity building, which is region-specific. We're also using it as a platform for MIPA review results coming in. So that's, again, very targeted. As Philip was saying, we're in close contact. I've taken note. I've learned actually a few things today, which I will look into afterwards. But I think I would call on maybe the global colleagues here, maybe advertise this as distinct, provide us a platform where we can at least make this available outside our regions, and maybe you can help us with that. So, make others in other regions aware of these very region-specific but similar products. And yeah, with that, over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Sabine. No, I think from UNFPA's point of view, I can certainly see, I think both in terms of the action plans, Vijay, that you presented, but also in terms of the good practices. I think the moment, for example, there is a request from a government in a specific country about, tell us what country XYZ has done about this particular issue, I think this should be, in some sense, our first port of call. And it isn't as if in the Asia-Pacific region we are only asked about neighboring countries. We're often asked about, well, tell us, what European countries have done, which have experienced perhaps some of these transitions over a longer period of time, or have different, social welfare models, etc., to finance schemes. So I think we need to also do a better job, I think, of using this as a resource. Potentially also something for you to consider is, how do you cite this work, right? There should be a way, I think, for reports to cite the fact that not only did they refer to the original document, but that this was the portal or the repository through which one got to that level of detail. I think as we wrap up, Vijay, sort of any thoughts from you, any final remarks you'd like to add?
No, I think first of all, I enjoyed the discussion. And the questions that Ritu brought up are quite valid. Some of them we've grappled with. I go back to what Sabine mentioned. A lot of when we started in 2021, 22, it was independent. We did a landscape analysis, and we did not find anything. And as a CSO, I would argue we're in a very unique vantage point. We're not part of the UN system. We're not part of a global architecture. Our role as a CSO is to push and prod and pull and control good policies from governments, and to sort of advocate for best policies for the most number of people when it comes to healthy aging. And I think we're in a position with a tool, CSOs, not just ARP, CSOs are in a position to provide better informed advocacy when they're data driven. And sometimes, when you develop tools or when you support the development of tools to help address some of these questions that you're most interested in, it's easier for a CSO to tell a member state, or a country rather, to do X, Y, or Z than, say, a UN agency, right? And so I think we're very bullish on these types of efforts. I agree with Sabine and Philip. I would think these are not duplicative, but rather complementary. But I also see Ritu's point and other points that were mentioned, that there could be ways, and there might very well be ways, that we harmonize. We're coming at it where we are measuring action plans or policies or laws or strategies against the UN Decade and MIPA, rather than the reverse. And so there might be opportunities to harmonize our efforts all around. But I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Vijay. Sabine, Philip, anything you'd like to add? Or okay, very good. So then I think after an excellent discussion, fabulous presentations, a lot of detail, I think a lot of resources for us to potentially be able to dig into. Let's give our presenters a round of applause. And thank you very much. Back to our...
Yes. Many, many thanks to the contributors of our session 6. And please join me in giving all of us one big round of applause for this very nice discussion and the resources that we had. So this brings us to the closing ceremony and of the symposium. But before we proceed, please allow us a couple of minutes to rearrange the setting for the closing ceremony. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our online participants and encourage them to stay with us until the end. To watch the sessions again, please visit our symposium website at seoul.unfpa.org/en/Global Symposium 25 and select the live streaming menu. I don't expect you to memorize this whole address, so just search for the 9th Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Aging and select the live streaming menu. Also, I'd like to kindly remind you to prepare your receivers and tune it to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English for our closing remarks. And with that, I think this is perfect timing. So now we will move on to the final proceeding of the symposium. Distinguished participants and guests of the 9th Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Aging, I'm deeply honored to present 2 speakers in the closing ceremony, representing the co-organizers and whose roles has been essential in enabling this symposium. First, please welcome Director General Yang Sun-pil, representing the Ministry of Data and Statistics of Korea, for his closing remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sun-pil Yang, the Director for Planning and Coordination at the Ministry of Data and Statistics. Over the past 2 years, the 9th Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Population Aging, jointly hosted by the MODE and UNFPA, under the theme of rethinking old age support, and this has been concluded successfully. And I would like to thank all presenters, discussants, and participants who joined us both on site and online over the past 2 years. Past 2 days. My special thanks goes to Mrs. Priscilla Liddell and Chief of UNFPA and Mr. Alexander Sasha and everyone for preparing this symposium. So at this symposium, experts from academia, UN agencies, government, and the private sector came together to redefine the concept of aging and share the insights on NTA and technologies for an aging era and older persons' labor market participation and various national policies and experiences. In particular, the discussions offered a valuable opportunity to closely examine the demographic changes and trends in population aging and policy and social issues related to NTA and labor market participation among the older adults. I hope the outcomes of this symposium will support countries facing rapid population aging in designing tailored welfare policies for older persons and in strengthening intergeneration cooperation to address the demographic challenges. The MODS will continue to expand integrated public-private data sets on older persons, enable policymakers, researchers, and citizens to easily access and utilize aging-related statistics. Moving forward, the Ministry of Data and Statistics, or MODS, will strengthen its cooperation with UNFPA and actively contribute to global efforts to address low fertility and population aging. Once again, I sincerely thank everyone who participated at this symposium. I look forward to meeting you again at the next symposium with an even more meaningful theme. Lastly, I wish all our international participants a pleasant remaining stay in Korea and a safe journey back home. It is very cold in Korea. Be careful, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General Yang, and the members of the Ministry of Data and Statistics of your steadfast support and dedication. Please give the Ministry of Data and Statistics team a big round of applause. Next, I'd like to have our final speaker for this symposium, and please welcome Dr. Priscilla Idel, representing the UNFPA, with a big round of applause.
Distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, as we bring the 9th symposium, Global Symposium on Low Fertility and Aging to a close, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Data and Statistics of the Republic of Korea for its outstanding partnership, co-leadership of this symposium, and also for the hospitality of hosting us here and taking care of us for the past 2 days, and they will continue to do so because they have done this for the many years that we have been working together. So this gathering has been far more than a technical exchange. It has been a space for us to share learning, honest reflection, and also collective ambition. Throughout the symposium, we addressed what we framed initially as an aging tsunami, yet what has emerged clearly from our discussion is that aging is not a crisis, but it's an opportunity for us to transform and define it differently. How we define it will also lead us to responding in a similar way, and therefore the definitions become important. We saw this most clearly in our conversations on redefining old age dependency. When we shift from age-based to capability-based definitions, when we measure well-being by function rather than by chronology, our entire policy framework also changes. Our sessions on national transfer accounts confirmed what many countries now see in their data. Older persons are not passive recipients of support. They are active contributors through paid work and paid care, intergenerational support, and community engagement. We also heard this morning about technology and healthy aging centers are extending functional ability, independence, and social participation. We explored innovative labor market policies that enable older persons to work longer by choice with dignity and flexibility. And we examined how gender transformative policies are closing care gaps. We also saw how reducing the policies reducing pension inequalities and reshaping aging into a driver of resilience rather than vulnerability. Across every session, one truth remained constant. Aging is a shared human journey. We shall all age. It's just the time that differs. So it requires collective responses grounded in rights, inclusion, and intergenerational solidarity. The special session on aging policies that we just had marked an important step forward. By connecting regional and global platforms, we are laying the foundation for a living system of shared evidence, practical policy learning, and faster adaptation. This is how innovation travels. This is how good policy scales. UNFPA is very proud to support this work through our demographic resilience program, and we stand with countries as they move from reactive responses to anticipatory, integrated strategies that uphold rights while strengthening social systems for the long term. As we close, let us reaffirm 3 shared commitments. 1, to redefine dependency and contribution through better data and inclusive measurement. Second, to embed gender equality across the entire life course. And third, to strengthen partnerships that transcend sectors, disciplines, and generations. To our hosts in the Republic of Korea, Gamsahamnida. Thank you deeply for your leadership, your generation, and your vision. To all our partners and participants, our speakers, and everybody else who contributed in different ways, thank you for your expertise, your openness, and your dedication to shaping better futures. To our MC, Choi, many thanks for keeping us going and on time, and also for supporting our translations when we had our side meetings. To our translators who got hold up in the booth, and our technicians that have been working very hard, many thanks for all your hard work, for making sure that our meeting went well, effectively, and efficiently. To the staff of the Plaza Hotel, many thanks for keeping us well fed and taken care of. And finally, to all my colleagues, Michael, Elizabeth, Yamsung, Laurel, Wuyan, Abhijit, Yumi, Asa, and Sasha, who are not here with us. Thank you all for the hard work you each put in different ways to ensure that a successful symposium took place. As we leave Seoul, let's carry this momentum forward. Let's deepen the collaborations we've begun. Let's continue to build the evidence that guides policy, and let's ensure that the story of population aging becomes a story of shared resilience, dignity, and renewal. Together, we can ensure that every generation is valued, protected, empowered in the future we are building. Thank you again. Gamsahamnida.
Many, many thanks for this excellent closing. So without further ado, everyone, please have a good rest of the day. Thank you.